Ooh, F5. I remember Naka once played this F5 against me in like a really bad position. It was like a 960 game, and he's basically like getting mated, but he plays F5. Like everything is open, and then I couldn't figure it out. But oh man, Fortnick with the fist pump.
Okay, so Rook D8. Rook D8's the move. Will he find it with 4 seconds?
F6. This knight on C2.
No, he doesn't.
C1. Rook C3. Oh no, this is not going to work for black. Knight on A1 is too. Knight on C2 is too good.
E3 is a nice hope, but there's Rook A3. Oh, wait.
Throws another check. Knight A3. He covers the pawn on a light square. David, it's all over.
Yeah.
Bach knows that he's going to resign. Unbelievable time scramble. Look at Wesley So relieved. Dang.
I mean, with 30 seconds, this is nerve-wracking for me, Kostya. I would not want to do this with 2 seconds.
This is very hard for White now. I mean, like, White's pawn's under control. White has to make sure he doesn't allow it. There we go. The King D1 there. King D1 could have been winning on the spot.
Yeah. Again.
King D1 again.
And he finds it this time. He finds it this time. Dubov is upset.
Promote. Just give the check. That's it. Wow, he blew it. He allowed this king d1 multiple times. And that's it. His king is not getting to the g pawn. Black is taking it, and Paravyan wins the game. Rook e4. Oh,
finds it.
What does Fedosseyev do? He doesn't see a move. He's got 6 seconds.
I don't see it either. And he allows mate in 1.
Oh no. Wow, Hikaru, he just finds the trick there. Unbelievable. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty confident
equals
the move
knight.
before bishop
knight.
d3
That's
was
how.
correct.
Promote to a knight, and then there might be some way to give up.
Oh my gosh. In the last position, promote to a knight, and white plays king h3.
Maybe that's what Fedosseyev was trying to do. Maybe
bishop f1.
He messed up the auto queen.
Maybe he's trying to promote, yeah, and couldn't get control over that.
Yeah, you just gotta hit alt, guys. Public service announcement. You hit alt, and then he gives you the option. Oh boy. Oh man, this and Naka. I think he can just like shuffle back and forth. Like, I mean, obviously he's gonna find good moves here, but you can just chill. I mean, how long can you play on 4 seconds?
We're about to find out. Let's see Wesley kick into that other gear he had. That other gear he had, he wouldn't have needed his first 50 seconds.
Right. Now another pair of knights.
No, my God.
Oh, he flagged. Oh no. Wesley.
Happy Sunday, everybody, and welcome to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today to cover the Sunday Swiss, the one and only International Master, Anna Rudolf. Anna, welcome to the show and good afternoon.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Danya. I am very impressed with your setup. I was already saying it at the previous tech setup call that Danya has changed. It's not really the real Danya. New camera, new setup, at least new to me. And a new day of Rapid Chess Championship, week 21 already? What?
Yeah, that just doesn't add up in my head, does it? Because, I mean, it was just like yesterday, the RCC was just being announced, and already we're 21 weeks in. And every single Sunday has lived up to the hype. It's going to be another incredible day. How can you go wrong with the kinds of players that we have today? Let's start with the Grand Prix leaderboard. Anna, there's a lot on the line. There aren't that many weeks left. Hikaru Nakamura has punched his ticket into the final. You need to get into the top 12. But I'm looking at Wesley. I'm looking at Parham. They need to step up their game this Sunday.
They certainly need to, and at least they can say they have qualified to today's Sunday's knockout, because some of the people that are trying to make it to the top 12 will not be competing today. They didn't make it. So it is a very tough competition. And as we can see, Hikaru so far is the leader, and he's leading with a massive 95 GP points. That is 25 points ahead of Dmitry Andreikin. And look at the gap between first and third and the rest of the squad. So this is insane how Nakamura has been performing so consistently well.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it just takes some time to adjust to those numbers. Hikaru, Dmitry Andreikin is playing today, and he's going to try to creep up even closer to first place. But it's pretty clear who's going to have gold and silver. But who's going to make the top 12? That remains to be seen. And let's quickly run through the Grand Prix points. 10 points for first place. So Dmitry Andreikin, technically, he could still surpass Hikaru Nakamura for top place. And Anna, where would we be without prizes? $7,500 each week for first place. I mean, do these players need any more motivation than that?
I think not. They are here every single weekend to try to qualify to the Sunday knockout and then to perform as best as they can and win it all in the knockout, because this is a knockout format. We need to remind our viewers that the difference between Saturday and Sunday in time control, we have increment in every Sunday knockout, but also this knockout is very different to other knockouts that you see. The matches consist of one game, only one game.
One game indeed. The time control is 10+2, and we're looking at the bracket here. We will start with the 1 seed Samuel Sevian, the multiple-time record setter for points in a Saturday Swiss, and he will be facing, quote-unquote, Anna, air quotes, number 8 seed, Parham Maghsoodloo.
Parham qualified to today's event by half a point in tiebreaks, if I recall it correctly.
That's right.
It was Jospem who missed out on qualification because the two of them shared that 8th place with 6 points from the Swiss of yesterday.
It was actually an incredible finale where, that usually happens. There is a huge group of people with 6 points and only one of them is lucky enough to qualify. That was Parham Maghsoodloo. Now, in RCC lore, the number 8 seed, I believe, has won the tournament one time. That was Maxim Matlakov, who had the black pieces in every one of his games and still managed to win. So Parham, he got lucky to get in. He's going to try to make it count, make this run count, won't he?
He certainly wants to make it count. And I feel like his preparation involves singing a song. It looks like he is listening to something, and also his lips are moving to the rhythm.
As long as he's got a good position. But when he starts struggling, somehow the singing ends. But for now, he's happy with the way the game is beginning. We've got a Queen's Gambit declined on the board. Sam Sevian plays absolutely everything, and he takes on d5 here. This leads to either a Carlsbad structure, with e takes d5. Topical line.
I wonder how many moves of theory will we see today, since yesterday's insane game of Sevian with that king march all the way to h6, and he was so well prepared. I couldn't believe it.
It honestly was unbelievable. I mean, the wealth of knowledge that Sam has at his age, the fact that he can play so many different openings, and we see that here. He's traditionally an 1e4 player, but decides on an English here, transposes to a Queen's Gambit declined, and a very, very popular line, Anna. This endgame has been around for decades now. Vladimir Kramnik was a big specialist here a couple of years ago, and it's considered a little bit better for white, but incredibly solid for black.
Very solid indeed. Black has a pair of bishops, but a worse pawn structure with a doubled F pawn, so that's a slight disadvantage of what has changed, what pieces were traded, and white is trying to cause issues on that f5 square by putting pressure already on it with the knight from h4 and potentially the bishop too coming to d3 or h3.
And the other knight coming around to f4, and a pretty instructive move. I think a lot of people would be sort of afraid of allowing bishop takes h4, and Parham might take on h4, but Sam Sevian's idea is, I literally was trying to make the moves on the board, and then they made them on the board. So I don't even need to.
They're just trying to help us out here. No analysis board needed.
Exactly. They don't want that analysis board to make an appearance. So a trade on h4 and another transformation, and white's kingside pawn structure is now damaged as well. But for Sam Sevian, he is staking his claim, hanging his hat on the fact that black's bishop, well, I've seen better light squared bishops in my life.
Yeah, that looks like a tall pawn on g6. It's holding on to the f5 pawn, but so far that is the only role of the bishop. Very sad piece.
But it's a pretty important role, because as long as black keeps the f5 pawn protected, and as long as black covers the f4 square, which Parham has just done with his knight, and maybe covers the g5 square so that a white rook can't land on g5, and he can do that with h6, the question is going to be, black's bishop is bad, but bad pieces don't win you games. Like, you actually need to do something. And black is very, very solid on the other side of the board.
Yeah, that knight on h5 is a key piece to stop white from maneuvering the knight to f4. So Sam pushes f4 instead, pawn to f4 that is, instead of the knight jumping there, because no longer you want the knight there to trade the two minor pieces.
Yeah, so he fixes the pawn on f5. The drawback of this move is obviously that he creates a weakness of his own. And Parham has several ways to approach this position. He could move his king to the side and go rook e8. Now, of course, white will play king d2 to defend that pawn. I also like the approach of expanding on the queen side, making a move like a5. You often see that kind of move in the endgame, just expanding a little bit, grabbing some space on the other side of the board. But Parham does decide to get his king into the game first.
I like king e7. It's a delayed bomb cloud, so we are cheering the chat already. Am I right? Am I right, chat? Are we cheering already? We see that king e7 on the board.
Absolutely, and maybe he'll take this to the next level with king f6.
And that's king of the hill already, trying to get to e5.
You're right. King f6 is possible, and king f6 would further reinforce the f5 pawn. But I don't think that Sam has much of anything here. I think black's pretty comfortable.
Yes, it feels like he was also just as well prepared as Sam. And this is an equal position as our evaluation bar is showing. Doesn't mean it's going to end in a draw. I think Sam is very motivated to continue pushing, but Parham just as much. As you mentioned, he barely made it to today's knockout, but maybe just that, bit of a luck that he got yesterday, perhaps in the tiebreaks, he's trying to leverage on it and win it all, if he's already in here, of course.
Yeah, the psychology of a game like this is very interesting because for Sam, in a weird way, he's kind of pressured to make something of the Sunday knockout because, he won the tournament yesterday and you don't just want to crash and burn in the first round. But Parham's just happy to be here. He's got nothing to lose. If he loses round one, okay, I was the 8th seed. I qualified maybe by accident. So, Parham with nothing to lose, he's a dangerous man as it is. But with no pressure, I'm not envying Sam's first round matchup here as Parham brings his king to f6. All hands on deck here. The pawn on f5 very well protected. h5 is impossible. I think the position is just equal.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you that the no pressure situation can play in Parham's favor. He's the one who has gotten this as a bit of an extra that he can be here, that he qualified.
Exactly. And if anything, I think he might be playing for an advantage here. His last move, h6, right? He's creating luft for his bishop. Why is that important? I think Parham is trying to get his knight around to d6. That e4 square is pretty juicy. If he can get the knight there and then get a rook to e8, we might start talking about a serious advantage for black.
Is he streaming? Sorry, I'm still just like I thought he was singing.
He's talking or saying something.
He must be streaming. I interpreted it as the preparation, hype up yourself song before the game, but he keeps going, and I feel like he must be streaming at this time. I didn't know he's streaming. Someone please drop his channel in the chat.
Streaming? I mean, or is he you can't even tell if he's singing, analyzing, talking, lip syncing.
Having a great time. He's got some
drinking
iced coffee there.
Iced coffee. That looked really good.
That looked very good.
I might need to run a Starbucks after that just to get one of those. Can you identify what Parham is having? I'll have one of those. I'll have what he's having.
The same for me too, please. And look at that knight maneuver. He's ready to go to d6. From d6, the e4 and c4 squares are available. So he's clearly pushing here. Once the knight is on d6, you can bring the rook to e8 as you're showing, and the backward e3 pawn will be a target. I
think that the way Sam should fight this is go bishop f. Oh, and he just played it as I'm saying. You should go bishop f1, bishop d3, and that way the bishop is covering the squares you pointed out, c4 and e4. So he's going to go bishop d3. He's going to go rook e1. I frankly don't think that Sam is in any serious danger of losing the game. I think if he defends carefully, this should end in a draw.
Yeah, it still feels like it's just very balanced, and one weakness is not enough to make more than just some pressure applied to the e3 pawn. The king from d2 is guarding it, and you can also bring a rook to e1 if black doubles rooks on the e file.
Yeah, and I think this game is an instructive example of not just automatically assuming that, just because a piece has no squares doesn't necessarily mean it's terrible. Okay, the bishop isn't great, but look at how much work it's doing. It's covering the h5 square, so it's restricting the knight, and it's protecting f5. It's performing two of the most important defensive duties on the chessboard. And, in soccer and in basketball, defensive players are sometimes considered some of the greatest players to have ever lived. This bishop is not one of the greatest bishops to have ever lived, but it's a lot better than it looks. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's true that bad pieces defend important pawns or important squares. So it has a really crucial role, as you have mentioned. B3 is stopping Parham from continuing his a pawn push to gain more space on the queen side. In case of a4, he could push b4.
Yep. Yeah, that's a common technique, and Parham moves his king back toward e7. Once again, he's not afraid of h5 because the bishop will calmly slide down to h7. Interesting decision to migrate the king over to the center. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I liked it on f6 because it was holding that important f5 pawn, meaning that the knight was free to go wherever it wanted. Not that there's many squares you can jump to, but at least it gave you
had
the
pass. The freedom to do it was important.
Yeah, and now both the knight and the bishop are tied down to the pawn on f5.
And he plays rook e7. And he potentially prepares to double in the e-file. And once again, you made a very important point earlier about white only having one weakness. That's why the principle of two weaknesses is such a hyped up endgame principle, because white is more than happy to delegate one of the rooks to the e-file. Not a problem.
They both have one weakness each, the f5 pawn in black's camp and the e3 pawn in white's camp. Not enough for either of them to push more than just what we have seen so far. I wonder if this game will... Oh, Parham is like full on. I think this is... That must have been like the peak moment of the song.
Yeah, that was the drop or the, the build-up. But speaking of build-ups, Sam Sevian is still... he's still playing ambitiously. He's trying to get a rook to g7.
Yeah,
and
that is a new plan that white has managed to build up with the doubling of the rooks on the g-file.
And again, the bishop is so important. He's played f6, the g6 square. If white had managed to put a rook there, the game would have been over. So that bishop is actually saving the day for black. And this is going to be a draw. If the rooks are traded, neither side can make any realistic progress in that resulting position. We might see our first blitz tiebreaker.
Because that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen. A reminder on the format that these are matches that consist of one and only one game, unless it's a draw. In case of a draw, we're just going to continue seeing the two players playing one game per match. That is, only draws will make it to a next and another one, a follow-up game. But the time control, Danya, we will keep decreasing the time they have. So this is a 10+2 game. In case of a draw, and it seems like they are heading toward a draw, we'll have a 3+2 blitz game. And if that is a draw too, we're going to have a 1+1 bullet game. And only after that, there would be an Armageddon. Yeah,
if the 1+1 game is drawn, and we have had that a surprising number of times, then we play an Armageddon. But we'll cross that bridge if we get there. I hope we get there, because Armageddons in the RCC are where the party is at. And rook g2 by Sevian, so he decides to keep the rooks on the board. Parham essentially implicit draw for the rook e8, right? He's telling Sam, let's get on with it. Let's get on with the blitz game.
It seems that Sam is going to take it. He's the one with less time. Oh, he moved the rook to a slightly different square, but if he gives the check, it still is a threefold repetition.
I have no idea how can he even, create an inkling of a chance, and he accepts the repetition, and we have a draw. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first 3+2 game, and the colors switch. So Parham, he will experience the white pieces. That's
really important because the seeding is decided by Saturday's results. Sam has won it all. He took the first place yesterday, while Parham only finished 8th. So as you said, he will be getting the black pieces in every single match if he makes it to the next stage, to the semis or the finals. But once it's a draw in the rapid game, now he's the one with the white pieces. So let's see if he can take advantage of it. And if the singing continues, I really need a coffee.
The coffee, the singing, I even have coffee, but it doesn't look nearly as appetizing as whatever concoction Parham is imbibing. And he played a Catalan. And Sam doesn't seem all that confident out of the opening. He's played this d takes c4 and c5 variation, but black is a little bit cramped. I've never loved these structures for black just because the bishop is really passive, and I always feel like white's pressuring, even if the structure is very symmetrical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, knight c6 is a nice move.
The Fianchetto bishop indeed is a very strong piece, and so hard to counter it unless you find a way to literally place the black bishop on c6 at some point to try to trade it.
Parham taking a while here. D takes c5 will be met with a check on a5, a nice tactical recognition by Sam. And once black recaptures on c5, in the event of a queen trade, white's advantage is totally neutralized. Parham needs to get a move on. He's taken a minute on move 8.
Yeah, I wonder if he actually switched to blitz format, or is he still playing rapid in his head? It's sometimes difficult when you go from one format to the other within just like 1 second. There is no break, there is no adjusting time. And while he might be able to see the clock, he as every player, but it's not the same when you are fully aware that you are playing a blitz game.
Ooh. And h6 by Sam, sacrificing the pawn on b7. So Sam makes the determination that preventing bishop g5, which, by the way, he doesn't technically prevent. I guess discouraging bishop g5 is more important than saving the b7 pawn. If I'm Parham, I'm grabbing that pawn and
Me too. Free stuff.
sliding back to g2. I think Sam's idea is to meet bishop takes b7 with rook b8. I won't make the moves on the board just because it's a blitz game and we want to keep the live position on the board. I think Sam wants to get his rook maybe to b4, and the queen might experience some problems. I'm most worried about Parham's clock here, though.
Yeah, it is a bit of a difficult situation when you have used half of your time already. There's a 2-second increment, but it doesn't mean that he can just use all his time and then live off of the increment against such a strong opponent as everyone is in the knockout.
And the position's becoming really complicated. And Sam tossing the queen around and now playing queen c8 and threatening bishop h3. So he did indeed put that rook on b4 and toss white's queen all the way back to g2. A very awkward square indeed. No question that black has big compensation for the pawn. And Parham's clock continues to dwindle as he tries to figure out a way to solve the threat of bishop h3. Ugh.
It's so ugly to have to place the queen on h1. It's either like I'm a genius like AlphaZero kind of move, or this is not good.
The singing has... Okay, no, it has not come to an end. But it seems to be a little bit more frustrated now. And for Sam Sevian, he doesn't have anything immediate here. I mean, white is still very solid, right? There are no weaknesses, but just the pressure on the position is massive. And a move like rook f8 to d8 could be worth considering as a way of just continuing to improve the placement of black's pieces.
Yeah, it's a very comfortable position for black, having given up one pawn, but he has so much activity for that sacrificed pawn. I feel like it's a lot more difficult for Parham to even establish what's the next right move. How do you develop all the rest of your pieces from the back rank?
Sam taking a more concrete approach, bishop h3, hitting the rook, bishop back to g2. I'm not sold on the bishop trade. I feel like every single trade, you know, exponentially relieves the pressure. And if you trade too many minor pieces, you know, you might wake up and you're down a pawn in like an endgame before you know it. So Sam thinking better of it and refraining from the bishop trade.
And also leaving his computer for a moment. Okay, he's back. All right, no bathroom break. I was worried. It's about 1.5 minutes on the clock. You don't really want to take a snack or bathroom break.
Yeah, great move by Parham. b3, fearless. He's not worried about the knight, but he wants to play bishop a3 and toss this rook off of b4. And the trade of dark squared bishops will go a very long way toward helping white consolidate.
Yeah, that really is a great move. And I wonder how Sam will react to the threat of bishop to a3.
Bishop takes e3 is possible, but after bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, not only do you give white the bishop pair, but white can even snag the a7 pawn at the end of the line. So that's out of the question. And the time situation has equalized. Sam not finding a satisfactory move here, and he does resort to this rook d8 move, which I like. And I think black is still fine here, but Parham has to be breathing a little bit easier.
Knight to a4. I was expecting bishop a3. I don't know if there was anything that would refute it. So somehow Parham didn't like that move order.
Apparently bishop d3 would have been a very strong move there. Now he's definitely going to play bishop a3. And then rook c1. And he continues to make incremental improvements and trade pieces and consolidate. And he's still up a pawn. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, suddenly white's pieces are coming into play and are being developed by a tempo each move. So rook c1 would be another one of those moves, but apparently it was not a good one.
There was a queen sacrifice. Sam could have taken the bishop on a3.
Wow.
And apparently black's incredible piece activity would have more than compensated for the queen, but a very difficult move. And the clocks continue to dwindle. They're drawn down to 30 seconds. We're going to see a time scramble. But white's better now. White's definitely better.
But it's certainly better. And now with the queen trade offer, you either worsen the position of the black queen or you accept it, but you're down a pawn in an endgame.
Good move by Sam, though, as he gets his rook to the second rank, and he is threatening various shenanigans with his knight. Still a 3-result game. I mean, as long as black remains active, white needs to be incredibly precise here. And Parham down to 20 seconds as he tries to figure out a way to keep black's knight at bay.
So
knight
he plays
g4.
bishop. Yeah, bishop to g2 and now h3 to prevent the knight from jumping to g4. Knight
But
e4
now it jumps
instead.
to e4, g4, and knight c5 here is a very strong move apparently. Oh, knight c5, knight takes f2, and rook f1, but he doesn't see it.
Oh, that was a very difficult one with no time on the clock.
And now he's given black full control over the light squares. The white king is going to be fully imprisoned on the king side. This should be a draw. I mean, you could get another situation where neither side can make any progress. But
Yeah,
Sam's
the bishop
trying.
on f3 is extremely strong, and sometimes you would even have checkmate patterns if the white rooks don't pay attention to the back rank.
Hey, Sam's going to go h5. He's going to try to open up the g file, get a rook to g8. Oh, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. Parham needs to trade pieces quickly. Oh, and he's found a way to do it.
Yeah, he's now repeating the moves, and it feels like as much as Sam would like to keep the rook on the board, there is no other square unless he goes to e2.
Bullet! It's bullet time, I think.
And I think is semi-official. We'll wait for Sam to repeat the move for the third time, and now we have another draw and another tiebreaker. Yes, bullet it is.
Bullet. Let's go. Sam back with the white pieces. You can notice that the colors are alternating. Indeed, it is 1+1. Bullet with a 1 second increment. And here we go. Their ratings are very comparable. Both are very capable bullet players. Bishop b5 check. That's a rare move. Oh, yeah, I've seen this line. This has been popular recently.
The number of openings he must have prepared for today's matches is insane.
Unreal. But, Parham, he's got to be feeling pretty confident here. Anything can happen. It's a bullet game and a pretty passive setup for black. But, yeah, this c5 idea, super important. Okay, but now e5. Ooh, I don't like this at all. e5 and knight a4. White's got total domination over the center.
d5 definitely felt like it was the wrong moment for that pawn push, because now white has all the space and the activity of the pieces too. So it's a pair of bishops for black, but they are lacking all the space needed for the bishops and the rest of the pieces.
I don't like anything Parham is doing. He had to go a5 and knight a6. I mean, he's getting buried here. And f6 is a good move. He needs activity, right? He's going to lose this game quickly if he doesn't open up the position, get his pieces active. Maybe f5 and g5, something. Look at this position. What total domination. And there we go.
g5 has to be played. It feels like, oh my.
Oh, he missed it.
Now f5 is still decent. Of course, the position for Parham is looking pretty bad, but at least he's still breathing. That was a missed chance for Sevian, as Danya pointed out.
Yeah, the tactics there were in his favor, and king h8 is a great move. Parham is doing, this is exactly what he needs to do. He needs counterplay on the king side, and he needs to be very, very careful. Look at the e6 and c6 pawns. Both of them are so incredibly weak, but he's opened up the g file, and maybe he can get the queen to g7, and then, rook g3. He missed it.
Yeah, now the queen has to abandon the g5, and black's pieces, the remaining pieces of black are just very sadly positioned on the queen side or the back rank.
Barely holding down the fort here. But for the time being, black is solid, and queen g7 is a good move. It hits the rook on g3, and Sam, blunders the pawn on e5. Wait a second. It's a game now.
Sevian in such a dominant position blunders his most important pawn.
But it's still much better for white because he still has control over the center. But now it's a game again.
Oh, with the knight on e5 now, suddenly white is winning again. So much activity.
Parham had a chance to play a5 there and shatter white's queen side. He didn't do it. Instead, they're going back and forth here with the queen. Sam looking for an opportunity to strike, but black remains solid here for the time being. d4. Great move by Parham.
Yeah, that pass pawn can give finally some activity and counter chances.
Bishop h5?
Yeah, Bishop h5? Be something, right?
3 seconds? Bishop g6 and he blunders c6. Oh, now it's completely winning again.
Yeah, now without the d pawn and the knights are back in dominant positions.
I think he might have mouse slipped Bishop g6. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Oh, the knight hangs. c6.
Oh, so passive now, all the black pieces.
Look at this. Total devastation. Bishop f7, though. Knight f6 check. Oh, goodbye. Rook e8 mate. Bang.
Beautifully done by Sam Sevian. It had to be the bullet game that decided this match and make Sam Sevian be the first player to qualify to the semifinals of the day.
Man, was that sick. And Parham is going to be kicking himself. He had his chances in this incredible match. And what a way to kick off the Sunday knockout. It came down to the bullet. Sam, it wasn't perfect. He blundered that pawn on e5. But at the end of the day, he kept his foot on the gas pedal. And the top seed, the winner of yesterday's Saturday Swiss, moves on to the next stage. But the good news, Anna, we have 3 more matches that will be played right now. And the next one is going to be, drum roll please. If we go back to our bracket for a second, we'll get you. The next match is going to be, I think, Paravyan Matlakov.
Yes, Maxim Matlakov as number 4 seed, so he will have the white pieces in the first game, and David Paravyan defending with the black pieces. David Paravyan has made it to the knockout stage quite a few times, especially in the first couple of weeks of the Rapid Chess Championship. I was still yet to see him do extremely well. That is to go all the way to the finals in the knockout stage.
Yeah, and both of these players should be very, very familiar to longtime viewers of the RCC. I mentioned Maxim Matlakov in the context of the 1 week in which he won the RCC. But before the games begin, before Matlakov faces Paravyan, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Coinbase, without which the RCC would be impossible. Let's watch a Coinbase video here.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Welcome back to the RCC, and the stage is set. Once again, we thank our sponsor, Coinbase. The stage is set for our second matchup of the day. Matlakov with the white pieces against Grandmaster David Paravyan. Very evenly matched, Anna. Both of these experienced players, strong over the board, good opening preparation. This is going to be a battle of 2 solid Grandmasters.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see more tiebreakers in this match. As you said, the 2 are very similar in strength. They finished yesterday as 4th and 5th in the Swiss format. They have both made it many times to the knockout stage as well. They keep playing. Luckily for us, all of these super strong grandmasters keep playing every single weekend almost of their year 2022. They are spending it here with us at the Rapid Chess Championship.
Yeah, yesterday Irina pointed out that Paravyan, I think, has played literally every single week, which takes an incredible amount of dedication, and he has been rewarded. He has had some incredible performances, and I think comparing the playing styles of these 2 players, Matlakov is definitely a lot more positional. He's a d4 player. He's very traditional, sort of Russian school of chess. Paravyan is more the Dubov school. He's coming up with some creative ideas. He likes the 4-knight Scotch, so it's going to be, an immovable object against an unstoppable force. Let's see which playing style prevails.
I'm looking forward to seeing the clash of styles, as you mentioned. It is quite a fascinating one, how they come from similar education and yet very different styles. They are just about to start the game. I think David Paravyan might have had a slight issue connecting to his account, but hoping that he'll make it to chess.com. He knows that place very well.
He does indeed. And wow, I'm still recovering after that first matchup between Parham and Sam Sevian. And I think for Sam Sevian, an incredibly important victory to break the ice, to prove to himself that he's still in good form, right? That it wasn't just, Saturday went well, but here I go again, losing the first round. He manages to outlast Parham Maghsoodloo. He moves on to the semifinals, and he will be facing the winner of Matlakov against Paravyan. And on the right side of your screen, Anna, we've got mouth-watering matchups all around.
Yeah, the all-Russian battle between Andreikin and Grishuk. And the other match being Wesley So against Andrei Yesipenko. Wesley So will also perhaps need to battle his internet connection, hoping that it has improved since last weekend.
Yeah, that was a sad scene as Wesley So forfeiting on time against Hikaru Nakamura in their Blitz tiebreak due to internet connection issues at the worst possible moment. But your internet fails only when you have 5 seconds or less.
Exactly, Murphy's Law.
That's just the rule. Yeah, it never fails when you've got 10 minutes on your clock.
Yeah. We are just waiting for the last adjustments on the players' ends. And I also am witnessing the predictions, I feel like, are very close, on which we have already over 200,000 channel points placed on whether Paravyan or Matlakov will win this match. But it's almost a 50-50. Yeah, Paravyan made a super player out of the two of them. Imagine you can combine two grandmasters and you make an even better player if you take all their best skills. But yeah, that's for another Pokemon story that I could write or something.
Well, rather than Maxime Bashir, Maxime David, Paravyan Matlakian. Anyway, sorry. Take the mic away from me.
No, not at all. That was an even better idea than mine. Danya, you can take this fan fiction to the next level. We have a move on the board. They're taking away the microphone from our imaginary scenario.
Maxime playing 1e4. Okay, I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
But choosing a very positional line of the Petrov, Bishop d3, has been very popular recently. The idea is to tuck the bishop away on c2, but black plays d5 rather than the more traditional knight f6. This is a pawn sacrifice, which white accepts.
And this is very much in line with Paravyan's style. He chooses activity over guarding the material, guarding that pawn.
Are they actually playing this? This is clearly preparation from both of them, with Paravyan taking the first 5-second think of the game. Rook f4 is the move that apparently surprised him.
So he was expecting the rook to go back to e1 or e2, somewhere on the e file, I guess, would have been what he was predicting. And rook f4 may not have been the main move of his preparation.
So it's important to point out here that the knight is obviously untouchable. So you could play bishop g6, I think. And bishop g6 seems to me to be the most reasonable retreat. And if we pull up the analysis board here for a second, after bishop g6, I think a lot of people might have trouble understanding, why it is that, where is black's compensation? I think black's compensation comes from the bishop pair, and from the fact that white isn't very well developed on the queen side, and the fact that the knight can jump into b4. So this is a very complicated position. Knight c3 by Matlakov in response to bishop g6.
Yeah, it all seems to make sense from white's perspective. Obviously, now this development of the knight to protect further the d5 pawn, which is a passed pawn. And this knight also is guarding the queen on d1. So now the knight on c6 is hanging for real. And where can it go?
Yeah, I mean, knight b4 seems like, you've taken the plunge, you've sacrificed the pawn, and you got to keep the foot on the gas pedal. But after knight b4, I think white plans the very calm move, knight f3 to e1. And that might seem passive, but then white's going to play a3 and try to banish this knight, to Siberia on a6.
And this must be the reason why Paravyan was taking his time before making this move, knight to b4 on the board, the most natural. But as you said, after knight e1, white simply wants to push that knight away from b4 by going a3. And there isn't really anything black can do about it.
No, you need to just accept it. And I think what black needs to do is Benoni style, get this knight around to c7 in order to put pressure on the d5 pawn and maybe prepare an eventual b7, b5. So, there's nothing immediate here. I think black should just improve his position, maybe go rook e8, because you're not going to be able to do anything against a3.
Yeah, he has to go on and continue his development, as you suggested, with a move like rook to e8. And then the question will be, once a3 chases the knight back to a6, what's next with black's pieces? Can you maneuver to c7 to improve slightly the knight's position?
Okay, I think David is choosing a different approach. I actually think he's trying to prevent a3, because now if white goes a3, I thought he wanted bishop. Oh, wait a second. Bishop takes c3. This is happening.
So he wants to win the pawn.
But there's a takes b4. What a smart move by Maxime. And if you play bishop takes b4, your bishop literally gets trapped. Or no, it doesn't, because you have a5. So what is the idea against bishop takes b4? Is it something like c4 or knight d3? I guess it's something positional. You could also take the knight here. Jesus. What
Yeah.
complicated position.
Very complicated. Bishop takes e1 would win a tempo for black. And then the d5 pawn is hanging after queen takes e1.
You want to hear something crazy?
Yeah.
After bishop takes e1, okay, let's pull up the analysis board as Paravyan is thinking. If queen takes e1, then queen takes d5 is a draw. I mean, this is just like total liquidation, right?
Yeah.
But white has this crazy idea, bc, just leaving the bishop on e1. And you might say, well, the bishop isn't trapped. We just established that. But white can play d6, and these pawns are incredibly scary. b4 is threatened. I don't know if black has a way to save the bishop on a5. So that might be part of Maxim's preparation. He's got 9 minutes and 50 seconds, for goodness sake.
That is crazy. And if it's still his preparation, then judging from the clock, it has to be. He only spent 10 seconds from the initial 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's one of the most... It's such a disconcerting feeling to face that, especially in a rapid game where you're acutely aware of being down like 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and you are facing not only your opponent, but also the engine of your opponent.
Right. That's the slightly scarier prospect. I like Paravyan's decision. He refrains from taking the knight, and a great skill to smell a rat, right? Not just to naively go down the line, but to realize, no, wait a second, let me actually find what my opponent has in mind, and, you know, let me take the alternate road. I think bishop takes b4 is a lot more prudent.
Yeah, certainly a very smart decision. And he definitely knows that he's facing home preparation here. So he goes for what makes the most sense to him. Also, outside the crazy lines, he wants to just have a sensible, logical position.
And the knight returns to f3. Material equality has been restored. So 6 pawns each. Now, what does the battle revolve around? I think 2 things. The first thing I'd point out, the d5 pawn. Is it a strength or a weakness? White wants to claim that it's a strength, maybe c4 at some point. The second thing is this bishop on b4. It needs to find an eventual home. And what hurts black is that a move like queen t7 is impossible because it blunders the bishop to c3. So one idea is to play bishop a5 and bishop c7, but that takes time, and then you have to deal with d6. So can black solve these 2 things is the question.
And it is a difficult question to respond to. He plays rook to e8, logical to take the open e-file.
Okay, bishop b3 maybe. And then I guess maybe bishop e4. So again, you have this question whether this pawn is going to be a strength or a weakness at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Interesting that it's now and only now that Matlakov started spending some time. So it has been his preparation all along until probably this moment.
Well, bishop e3, I would not be able to resist the temptation to play such a natural move, especially because it puts under pressure the c5 pawn and creates the direct threat of c3, right? Winning the pawn on c5.
Yeah, it's such a natural developing move, and the threat of c3 makes it even stronger than just a normal developing move. I wonder what is he afraid of, because it looks like he's slightly concerned, but then he plays bishop b3. Maybe it's just
so. I thought that it was bishop b4, but yeah. Bishop b4 isn't that impressive. Like white can play even c3, and after bishop a5, white has a bunch of different moves. Queen a4 is interesting. I mean d6. This is not, you know, this is not how Rome was toppled. You know, d6 looks incredibly strong.
It is a very strong move. I agree. And it feels like that's where the game is heading. If Paravyan plays bishop to e4, is there any other move he would be considering here, Danya?
You know, I would even consider c4. I feel like this bishop is such a liability that just getting the bishop back to d6 would enable black to focus more intently on developing counterplay on the king side. But giving up a pawn like that is not easy. David is in some serious trouble here, and look at the clock situation. I mean, he's down 3.5 minutes. That's not a joke.
It is not. It's almost twice as much time for Maxim Matlakov, who came extremely well prepared to this game.
So good. It's honestly unbelievable. He has such great preparation, and a player that people don't really think of when they think of like super GMs. But he's a beast.
He is, and he has worked with the top Russian players as their second or as their teammates at the team championships that they play, Olympiads, European team championships, as well as helping some of the other Russian grandmasters in the World Championship cycle. So he certainly has all the experience needed to be there and to be fighting for the first place here again, because he already has won. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I remember him winning at least once our knockout, under our Sunday knockout, Maxim Matlakov.
Yeah, so he won when he was the 8th seed.
That's for sure. That was him.
That was the one.
Oh.
Now I think that's we will get our team on that question, but I'm pretty confident that was the only time that he won the Sunday knockout. But we will check that for you and have that info for you after the game. Rookie 4, in the meantime, was David Paravyan's choice, trying to get the rooks off the board. You know what I'm worried about here is like rook takes c4, bishop takes c4, c3, bishop a5, and just d6. This pawn is
definitely very
it's terrifying.
And the c5 pawn is hanging. It's not just about the pawn, but that bishop would be guarding the d6 pawn further if you need more pieces to help.
I mean, look at this piece of garbage on a5. That bishop has been causing black problems now for the past several moves, and it might be, the reason for Paravyan's demise. I feel like this is in Maxim's style to do something like this. Rook e4, c3, and d6.
I think he's certainly calculating it. And the fact that he played e4 and had all this line prepared to quite a depth, I think he deserves the advantage he has for his homework done. Very well done, very well chosen opening for today's match. And let's see if he finds that very accurate line. I was just going to point out, Danya, that there are some people who are really rude in the chat and saying that you haven't slept in
I know. Who is that person?
Like
toxic chat.
Very
people.
Toxic. I think we need to ban him from the Twitch chat.
Yeah, I mean, being mean to the commentators is really below. It's below the belt.
It is below.
It's below the belt, and we need to remedy that. So.
Giving some time for Maxime to read the Twitch chat, not really, but to calculate that line. So let's roll through it again. Is there any part of that variation, any move where it could be a different variation for either?
Let's pull up the board. So takes c3, right? Okay, you can take on f3, but that's not going to help. And by the way, we interrupt this coverage because Maxime has finally made a decision, and he does take on e4, and he follows up with knight g5. And I will say that this is the top engine move. Incredible. So he wasn't just thinking about whether he wants Thai or Indian food tonight. He was actually calculating. What's the idea?
Wow.
Well, if you play bishop takes d5, then white plays the simple but devastating queen d3, creating the dual threat of taking on h7 and rook d1, pinning the bishop and winning the bishop. This is game over.
So what can black do? This seems huge.
Bishop g6 is forced. c3, bishop a5, and now you might get a very similar position to what we were analyzing.
But he plays h4.
Putting pressure on all sides of the board. I mean, look, h5, d6, c5 is hanging. The pressure is intense here.
This is huge how Maxime has gotten this position practically from his preparation. I wonder if d6 would have been even more of an advantage for white, or is h4, do you think h4 would have been the best?
I think from a practical standpoint, h4 might even be more unpleasant because it's one of those, the threat is stronger than its execution ideas, where the prospect of white playing d6 is so terrifying that black also has to deal with that, and h5 is a threat. Okay, I think h6 is the natural move, and white could still play h5 in response, right? Just hitting the bishop.
Yeah. That's a very important pattern here, that after h6, the knight doesn't have to move. You can continue the attack with h5 and trade your knight for the g6 bishop. And once black takes on g5 and white takes on g6, the pawn structure of black would be horribly damaged.
Irish pawns, h6, h5, hg, hg, fg. That's what we call them in Charlotte. I know.
I'm offended.
That I apologize from the bottom of my heart. This is a compliment.
So
this is the greatest
Irish?
sponsor. I actually have no idea, but my friends refer to it that way. I honestly don't know what the etymology is. So there's two like negative. Okay, I guess I don't know if this is a negative context. Have you heard of the Irish goodbye?
No, what does that mean?
That's when you're okay. This is a positive thing. I think this contributes to cultural capital. When you are with a group of friends and you're not having a good time and you want to leave, you basically get up to go. Say you go to the bathroom, but then you exit the restaurant.
That's
I've
the
heard that
Irish
referred to
goodbye.
as the Irish goodbye. I don't know if that's just me, but
well, now
I've
I
heard that
understand why
before.
all my Irish friends do that. They just disappear to the bathroom. Thanks for
Goodness.
translating their body language and behavior, Danya.
Exactly. And I am a noted expert on Ireland. Now, Maxime is a noted expert on the Petrov, clearly, and he could take on f7 here. I think that's what he's calculating, by the way.
It's gotta be the reason why he paused again. So let's see, what is the line like after knight takes f7?
All right, analysis board, please, for a second. King takes f7, queen f3. Again, that bishop. That darn bishop on a5. You might say, wait, queen f6, I'm up a piece. Whoop. Rook takes a5, taking the bishop on the other side, and the game is over. b6, just move the rook back and swing it over to f4, and black can resign.
Oof. Such a tough position for Paravyan, who's down to 2.5 minutes. Maxime certainly is considering the knight sacrifice. Is there anything Paravyan can do? Is there any other move? It just feels so forced, that variation.
I think what Maxime is deciding between is queen f3 or knight takes f7. Now, you don't want a time scroll. He plays queen f3 first, perfectly sufficient. And in the event of queen f6, I think he is then going to desperado. I think he's going to take on f7 now. That would be my guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, or this. Yeah, you can also just take on c5. Simple. Yeah, I mean, he's up a pawn. The game's not over. I mean, there's opposite colored bishops, right? Anytime that's the case, there's some chances for a draw. But with the queens on the board, I don't see this happening for David.
Yeah, it feels like he's giving Paravyan a bit of a chance. I just had the impression that knight takes f7 was even more crushing.
I agree.
But maybe he's just so confident about his advantage that he doesn't mind that it's an opposite colored bishop and endgame, or heading toward endgame position.
By the way, you might be wondering why David is thinking and not taking the knight. I think he's thinking about the move b6 to try to defend the pawn on c5 first. And there's a crazy line there. Okay, knight takes f7 even here could be incredibly strong. Even here.
So knight takes f7.
So
and
after
the rook is
ba,
captured.
yeah, you drop the knight back to e5, right? Queen has to keep contact with the bishop, and I just go d6.
Wow.
And the game is, I mean, just look at black's pieces are totally incapable of surviving the onslaught. Knight c6, knight e7 is also coming. Now this is game. So Maxime, he needs to be precise in this moment, because if he moves the rook back, then black takes on g5, and white is better, but the game continues.
Yeah, a huge moment for Maxime Matlakov, who seems like could go for the sacrifice of a full rook with knight takes f7. What a move.
That's an incredible move, and everything hangs. But you can, as Mikhail Tal said, I sacrifice all my pieces, but you can only take one piece at a time.
Yeah.
Everything's
really
hanging,
wise.
but right. It really is. And that concept comes in handy. No, but he goes rook a1, and Maxime, he's been, he's hesitated a couple of times here in the last 5 or 6 moves. Will he pay the price for it? He's still up a pawn. He's still probably winning from a technical standpoint, but David can get the rook to e8, and, he's solid. Bishop g4
Yeah, it
instead.
feels like another missed chance to convert in a concrete tactical way. He keeps the advantage of the extra pawn, but it's a long-term advantage in an endgame that he has to be continuously increased to eventually win. And you also pointed out that opposite colored bishops, it might be a bit of an issue in an endgame.
And even the extra pawn is now gone. Paravyan snagged the pawn on h5. But the big advantage that white now has is, of course, this little booger on d6, which can be supported by the bishop. If white can get the rook to e1, then there might be a problem. But the eval bar seems to believe that black is closer than ever to securing the draw. I don't think he is, given the time situation and just given the practical difficulty of this position. The bishop's coming to e7, and white can torture black for forever here.
Yeah, it's still such a tough position for Paravyan, but I feel like it's the best he had in the whole game, except for the fact that now it's back to a huge advantage. What did he miss?
Well, rook e1, I think, is going to happen, and then rook e8 is going to happen. And then apparently, he goes bishop e7, so he makes a flexible move, does Matlakov. I don't see Paravyan saving this game. I feel like Maxime wins this 9 times out of 10.
Quite possibly. But it also feels like he has been very impressive, but he hasn't played the most accurate. So both players...
far from it.
A5 is very logical to free the A8 rook now and also try to create a pass pawn where he has the majority.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it depends on what white does. I think for Maxime, one idea is to go rook e5, f4, try to swing the rook to g5, and then push f5. That's slow, but black is so tied down. I mean, the pawns are not going fast enough. I mean, the rook's coming to e5 on the next move.
Yeah, it's
lost.
Hard, and 12 seconds left only on David Paravyan's clock.
Okay, he wants a different checkmate. He wants rook e3, rook h3.
Hard to stop.
Ooh, rook a4 is a nice move, though. That dislodges the queen from the h-file. Maxime missed this move.
He must have missed it, and it wouldn't be the same to double heavy pieces on the h-file if it's with a queen behind the rook with a move like queen h2.
And then you might even get mated on the back rank. And, you know, David is incredibly strong with his last seconds. I played a Title Tuesday game with him 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was up a rook, and I just relaxed because he also had 2 seconds, and I lost that game, and he found every single chance. He's a beast with 5 seconds left on his clock. He puts that increment to good use. Maxime missing rook a4, and his lack of precision in converting the advantage might come back to haunt him. I like the move f4 to keep the queen on h4 at all costs. He doesn't do it.
He plays queen to g5, and after rook e4, black accepts that he will be down a pawn, but wants to trade the rooks.
Oh, rook b1, rook g4. That's actually a blunder.
Ooh.
Okay, he takes it, but now, if the queens come off the board, black will have very serious drawing chances. Queen d5, though. This is torture. Bishop f5, keeping the queen defended.
He's still holding on, David Paravyan, with the lack of time and tough position, but he still is defending. I think this will be a draw. I'm gonna bet on a tiebreaker for this one, as bad as it seems for black.
I feel like Maxime will find a way.
You think so?
I feel like he'll find a way. G4 maybe. And then he'll go G5. Black just has so many problems to solve, but Paravyan, every move is precise. And you might be right. This might be that 1 time out of 10.
It could be it. And it also felt like Maxime had a huge advantage, extremely good preparation, big advantage in the middle game. But he had a couple of missed chances of converting straight away with a forced tactical line. And those missed chances will haunt him because this is no longer easy.
And this blitz game, and you're absolutely right, this is 99% chance going to be a draw. Now, white literally can make no progress. The king is too weak. The pawn is safely restrained. And for Maxime, after king g3, he's starting queen takes e6. So that's the one thing black should miss.
Beautiful.
But psychologically, it's going to be very hard to play this 3-minute game. Maxime would, all that preparation, down the toilet because of just a lack of precision that's uncharacteristic. And he might lose this if he's not careful. Whoa. He might get mated here. Queen C1?
The king is walking to dangerous territories.
Oh my god. Go back to G3, Maxime, and take the draw. Whoa! Wait.
Luckily for him, there were no tactics with G5.
F4, he's still trying to win this. But this is dangerous game that he's playing. Because now he's got 5 seconds. And now he's worse.
And that pawn on c4 has become vulnerable. The king constantly gets checks.
Oh. I would take the draw right here and right now, and Maxime will. Wow.
You should.
Another draw and another tiebreak. And
Well, we are happy for that. The blitz game is coming in with Paravyan having the white pieces. What an escape this has been for David Paravyan.
Phenomenal defensive effort. And I spoke too soon. I mean, it was a completely winning position, but Maxime just way too hesitant in those critical moments. Knight f7, was a move he had to find, and he had 3 or 4 chances to do it. And Paravyan resorting to his favorite opening, the one he's played exclusively in the RCC. I'm kind of sick of seeing it, but hey, David knows what he's doing. It's the 4-night Scotch once again.
Again and again, but he feels very comfortable in this line, and he's got definitely the upper hand in terms of the moral, the psychological side of this match. He escaped from an incredibly bad position. A couple of times, as you mentioned, Maxime could have had a completely winning line, but he missed it. He missed the tactical chances, and even though he still had advantage in the end game, it was no longer that decisive.
Yeah, well, you can always blame the commentator. Commentator always jinxes it.
We did, kind of.
But who could have thought? I mean, the time situation, the position, what an incredible effort. Okay, so what's going on here? White's got the bishop pair as of now. White's got the pin on g5, the pressure on d5. Paravyan basically playing without much risk. He's going for a position where, he knows all of the ideas and he's very comfortable. But the flip side is that, draw is not unlikely in these types of positions. Ooh. If black plays queen d7 right now, then there's bishop takes f6. And if you play bishop takes f5, rook takes d5. So black has to be very careful. There's a lot of tactics here that could befall black's weak center.
So he plays rook to c6, guarding the 6th rank with the rook. Is there any other way Paravyan can continue putting pressure on black, even if it's a supposedly equal position, but any other tricky positions, you think, if he can keep that tension?
This is unpleasant. No, black is practically, there's a look at the pressure that white is exerting with his bishops. Maybe get the rook up to d4. White's got a lot of ways to improve here. And rook e5, another interesting idea.
Yeah, this is getting unpleasant from black's perspective. How do you untangle your pieces? That pin especially is annoying.
And so annoying. Yeah, rook a6 is an attempt to... I mean, he's not really threatening to take on a2, although he might be. Because white's queenside pawns is, of course, this is the main drawback of this entire setup that Paravyan has unfurled here. And a4, wow. h6, hitting the bishop.
Keeping the bishop now on the same diagonal and the pin, maintaining it with bishop h4.
So if rook takes a6, then white will take twice on e6, and then the pressure on the knight and on the pawn might become unbearable. What does black do? It's hard to make a move here. You know what I'm saying? It's just hard to move.
Yeah, really difficult. Because let's see what happens if he plays rook to e8. Then that rook 2 could be in a pin on the e file once the queen is gone. So how would that line play out?
So rook e8, I mean, the one thing that occurs to me is bishop f6, queen f6, and then even queen d5, I think, is a move.
Oh my.
That's a beautiful concept, actually. Look at this. Bishop takes, rook takes e8. You can't take either piece.
That is insane. Beautiful tactical pattern with the back rank being the main theme. So what can he do? He can't even develop the rook.
Oh,
he moves the queen out of the pin.
Apparently, David's decision to take the knight there. And by the way, remember that line I pointed out with queen d7? Maxime very smartly putting his queen on c8 because rook takes d5 is now not a tempo move. And so black can capture the bishop, actually, with his rook. And all of a sudden, the game turns around. That rook from a6 is going to swing to g6, and it's going to be white's king that will be under the gun as a result.
That's a really smart queen c8 instead of the natural queen to d7 to avoid rook takes d5 at a tempo. And now after bishop e7, bishop e4 intermediate move. Great
eye by Maxime. Not missing the intermezzo. And then he's going to play rook e8 and rook g6. And white has to be very, very careful here.
Yeah, suddenly the tables are turning slightly. It is still a balanced position, but if anyone can play it for a win now, it's black.
Yeah, I mean, Queen G4. Now, Rook G6. I guess he takes the Queen on C8. And there's a very important line there, by the way. Really, really quickly. Rook G6, Queen C8, Rook G2. You might say, oh, I just win the pawn. But at the end of the line, Rook takes E4. And you slice the defender off of the Rook and win the game.
Very important, yeah.
Oh, and he played Rook G6, but he refrained from taking on G2 correctly.
And now he's threatening to take the pawn. Since it would be a check, White has to react to this. There's no pawn push to F3 because of the pin. He plays G3.
And react today, react to it, he does. And he plays G3. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
How can Black keep the tension and increase the pressure? Rook to B8 seems logical to get the open file, but will White just simply counter it with Rook to B1? Or do you need to be worried about the C2 pawn? Because once the D5 pawn is not attacked, Bishop takes C2 is a move.
Yeah, I mean, Rook B1, Rook G B6 is interesting as a way to try to keep the B file under control. I feel like this should be a draw, though, because, yeah, Black's won a pawn technically, but White can circle the bishop back to D4, and you're never going to, like, break the blockade there, right?
Yeah, it most likely will lead to another tiebreaker, and I don't think we're gonna complain about it to see more and more games between these two.
This is gonna be a bullet game. I mean, bishop takes A7. You've got to take this pawn. Bishop back to C2. Okay. All right. Rook B6, and obviously, if White can force a rook trade, then that's an immediate draw. Maxime is trying to keep some chances alive here. His only chance might be to hunt for White's king somehow.
And that seems like an all right chance. So White counters it with bishop to E3, blocking the open file.
And the bishop comes back to E4. And I think it'll ensconce itself on F3, although that doesn't really do anything because you cannot ever infiltrate here. White's just going to go back and forth, bishop D4, bishop E3. And it's basically a dead draw.
Well, with a bullet game incoming, how do you see the chances of these two players? Who will win?
Well, I would definitely call David the favorite, honestly, in a bullet game. I mean, we've seen how he plays in time pressure. Maxime must be feeling a little spillover of frustration still from that first rapid game. And, you know, he's going to have to put all that behind him. He's going to have to play fast. And opening preparation, surprisingly enough, is going to be very, very important in the bullet game. Both of these players are, you know, hang their hat on their opening ideas. And in bullet, you have to get a position that you are comfortable with playing. Not necessarily a position where you're better objectively, just a position where you know the ideas well.
Yeah, that's crucial. And it's what we have seen so far from Paravyan playing with White many, many times. His pet line, the same opening he played in this very game too, but he's going to have the black pieces in the next one. I'm wondering if Maxime Matlakov will repeat the opening from the first rapid game. He had a great position, but it's also something that, you know, you use it once and then you kind of know that your opponent will already be aware of it. But is it enough to be aware of it, Danya? If it's a bullet game, can Paravyan just deviate?
Yeah, I think he can. I mean, it's a hard decision. It's a decision you have to make instantly because literally the bullet game has already started.
Yeah.
So you cannot dwell on anything. Bang, bang, and yep,
will it
there's
be the same?
Answer.
Will
same.
it be? Yeah.
It'll be the same. But
Here
knight c5. Knight c5 deviates from what David played in game one where he played d5. It's a similar type of position, of course.
Yeah.
Ooh,
but at
d4.
least he will not fall into the same middle game where he was much worse in the first game of this match.
Yep. Takes. Bishop d7. This almost looks like a main line. I think they... Wait, what? Bishop d7, huh? Bishop d7, bishop d7. Is there not like knight g5 or something?
The evaluation was showing a crazy big advantage because of this bishop d7.
No, that bishop d7...
Was that a mouse slip?
Very strange looking move. I mean, something's wrong with that move. I think we can all see that.
It wasn't
Knight
bishop
G5 and Queen H5.
Yeah, the bishop, what is it doing on D7? That was bishop F5.
F5 is the move, or bishop G4. No, bishop D7 is definitely a mouse slip. 100%.
Oh my. What an incredible mistake. And especially if it was a mouse slip that he didn't even mean to place the bishop there.
But Maxime, again, he needs to just be confident here. Queen H5. And if he plays Queen H5, the game is basically over. He's got monumental pressure on Black's king here. And Black hasn't even completed his development. But instead, Maxime, again, he's playing a little bit timidly here. But there comes the queen.
So
he's lost a lot of his advantage.
Yeah. This certainly felt like it was a knockout after the mouse slip of bishop D7. And now, again, David Paravyan, as he showed it in the first game of this match, he's somehow back. Not in a good position, but he's still trying to survive, and he has some chances.
He certainly does, especially with the time situation continuing to dwindle for both players. When there's 5 seconds for each player, anything can happen. And Maxime going for the long-term advantage, creating the weakness on E6 and threatening bishop takes H6. And David addresses that problem by moving his king to the side. And maybe doubling on the E-file makes sense here.
Seems very logical. The knight goes to A6 to then head over to C7 and potentially D5 as well, when Black will have some time to breathe.
David's holding this, but H4 is a huge threat.
Oh,
this rook is in trouble.
So he wants to play rook F5 to stop it, or pawn to H5, but this looks suspicious.
I thought G4 might have been strong there. I don't know. Rook F3. Queen F7. David continues to somehow hold it. He's still much worse. But the longer this game drags on, Anna, the more of a chance that David, creates something. He's down to 4 seconds. Rook G4, knight B4, trying to get active.
And now C5 to head over to the C6 square in case of D takes C5.
Wait
F4,
a second.
He's creating some chances here.
He's definitely creating some. White's king is not safe at all. F takes G3 is coming, and bishop D6 by Maxime. He's down to 5 seconds. And bishop takes G3, queen F3. Ooh, knight A6 was weird. Rook E7. Uh-oh. Oh! Queen E1, he's down to 1 second. He's trying his best. D7, D7. Rook H8, mate.
Oh my
God.
What a finish. Maxime Matlakov was the player with the better chances throughout these 3 games. I think it's a deserved qualification for Matlakov, but what a fighter Paravyan is. He almost made it through again. He almost survived.
He can hang his hat on the fact that he survived that first. He almost survived this game after a ridiculously bad move in the opening. Bishop D7 basically set himself up for a loss, but he came so close. And credit to Maxime Matlakov. Didn't let that first game affect him. Kept his foot on the gas pedal. And even though he didn't play perfectly, he's going to have to be a little bit more precise if he wants to continue his run in the RCC. But man, oh man, was that cold-blooded performance in the time scramble. Maxime Matlakov is our second quarter finalist. Whoa, what a match, and 2 matches that both go into the bullet. That's what I love to see.
I know all of today's matches have gone down the wire with the tiebreaker and then the tiebreaker of the tiebreaker. These 2 will face each other. So Sam Sevian and Maxime Matlakov are both qualified to the semis and will be facing each other. We still have 2 more matches from the quarterfinals to follow up with. But before we go there, let's remind everybody that there's a tournament called the Chess Olympiad starting very, very soon in India, starting on July the 29th. This is the biggest team event of the year. It's organized every 2 years. Now with the pandemic, it has gone a little bit crazy, the schedule, but it is being hosted finally at last, the 44th Chess Olympiad starting on July the 29th. And you can follow the coverage here. Wherever you're watching this broadcast, you will see the Chess Olympiad broadcast there too by chess.com, on Twitch, on YouTube, and all our social platforms. Go to go.chess.com/Olympiad 2022 to find out more about the teams and the participants.
Chess Olympiad, one of the most probably the most exciting event. It happens every 2 years. You do not want to miss it. And one of my favorite parts of the Olympiad, all of the countries, all of the people, but all of the matchups between the super GMs representing their countries and those bloodthirsty 24 and 2500s who want to, make their name known across the world. So you get a lot of upsets in the Olympiad. You do not want to miss it. And hopefully you will not miss the match that's about to start on Draken against Grishuk, two very weak players.
Did these two agree to wear the same colors by any chance? It feels like it's a uniform of a sort.
Yeah, it really, I have a turtleneck that's exactly that color.
Danya, you missed the note. You missed the memo for today's semi-official dress code. I missed it too. Well, I'm wearing red, so maybe
that's
I
why
can claim it's pretty much the same.
That's why Grishuk is looking so disappointed. I mean,
he sees your camera.
We just don't listen.
Poor Grishuk. He really seems like you broke his heart.
I know. Terrible. We're just disappointing everybody as commentators. But okay, on Draken, he is going to have the white pieces. He needs absolutely no introduction. He's won the RCC time and time again. He is probably the most solid player on the RCC circuit, with the exception of Hikaru Nakamura.
Mm-hmm.
But Alexander Grishuk, when he's got an increment, you do not want to mess with him. Grishuk is so fun to watch in the RCC. I love it when he qualifies.
I do think, as you mentioned, that the increment helps him. We see him in time trouble in classical chess too. It doesn't matter what the time control is. He always is in time trouble. So it's good that he cannot flag.
Yeah. And once he survives the 10+0 format on Saturday, he is so much happier today. You can just sense it. And we have a Rogozin variation with the bishop coming out to g5. Very similar to a Queen's Gambit decline, right? Similar to the structure we had in the first game between Sevian and Maghsoodloo. The queens are obviously still on the board. I don't really play this for either side, so.
It's a very solid line, and I wonder if after h6, which variation will we see? The bishop just goes back to h4 to maintain the pin. c5 now.
Sharp. c5 is a sharp move. It's also a very typical move in these types of structures. You might get an IQP situation if white takes on c5 at some point. But one thing white has to be careful about, I've seen white get blown off the board like this. Let's say black plays knight c6, right?
Mm-hmm.
And white just says, oh, let me take on c5. You can't assume that black is going to recapture. What can happen is a move like g5, and then the knight can come to e4, and the queen to a5, the bishop to f5. And if white doesn't get a chance to castle kingside, the king could get caught in the crossfire, and that could be really, really unpleasant. There's a lot of theory here. So again, take this with a grain of salt, but just trying to illustrate, the fact that black's position has teeth.
Mm-hmm. Certainly, and white's king is still in the middle of the board, so that's one of the basic principles of the opening, of course, to find safety for the king to castle as soon as you can. We teach it to beginners, but this is not the opening from white's perspective where you follow that principle early on, and for that reason, white should still be somewhat careful and not just go pawn grabbing.
That's exactly right, and Sasha Grishuk, the first to take a significant think here, and I am the one who knocks. He decides to take on d4 himself and keep this bishop on b4. Now, what will Andraken recapture with? Well, the thematic move is knight takes d4, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Dima might be worried about something like g5 and knight e4 or knight c6, and white's 2 moves away from castling still.
He ends up playing knight takes d4, but he did spend quite a few seconds on the decision. And after knight c6, this knight is challenged again. If you want to maintain your pawn structure the way it is and keep black's pawn on d5 isolated, then you need to either guard the knight or move it away.
Exactly. And if you guard it, the question is, how do you guard it? The move rook d1 comes to mind. But again, I'm going to be a broken record here and say that g5 and knight e4 still looks pretty unpleasant. Queen a5. All of these ideas have to be very, very carefully considered. And if white wants to accelerate the pace of his development, it might be worth considering knight takes c6 and just bishop e2 and just frickin' castle on the next move and leave those problems behind you.
Yeah, that certainly is what he might be considering if he is worried that he doesn't have the time to just hold on to the d4 square and then continue development.
Yeah, and Dmitry Andreikin taking his time in this critical position, a very sharp Nimzo-Indian structure. Grishuk is just a terrifying opponent in these types of positions, isn't he?
He certainly is. I think just the fact that you see his name and then he makes these moves, it makes the moves 3 times stronger and 3 times scarier, because you expect something wild, something aggressive, and something strong when you see his name, because he is an incredibly strong player, 3-time World Blitz champion, by the way. So also speed chess is definitely something that suits him, especially with increment.
Yeah, and I mean, he grimaced slightly at that move. He seemed to express some surprise. Rook d1, this move is not very bad, and I was calculating the variations. Okay. I thought I would be able to win in 5 moves. But Rook d1 to me, I mean, seems very, very natural. I think Sasha is trying to figure out a way to keep this king stuck in the center, but how does he do that? Does he take the plunge and play the critical move g7, g5, or will he come up with something else?
Yeah, that certainly is the main question, whether he will push that g pawn. I don't know what other moves would count here. Bishop g4, is that a move here?
Yeah, absolutely. Developing with tempo. Bishop g4, bishop e2 could ensue, and then bishop takes e2. No, bishop takes e2 you don't want to do, because now the knight from d4 takes on e2. The knights link up, and that's not particularly interesting. So maybe here you would want to take on d4 first. A lot of trades are possible, but that's absolutely one of his candidate moves, no doubt about it. And who's the prophet now? Bishop g4 is on the board.
I just wanted to develop the bishop, but I have no idea what to do after bishop e2. That's why I was asking. So bishop g4 is one thing on its own, but bishop e2, with the isolated pawn, I was thinking maybe he doesn't want to be exchanging many pieces. So I wasn't sure how to react to the bishop development on e2.
Right. And for Dmitry, I mean, does he have a choice? I guess, I mean, again, you could take on c6 first, but he does play bishop e2. And now the big moment, what does Sasha have in mind here? Because generally trades favor the side that's playing against the isolated queen pawn. But, you know, there's a concrete idea in play, and Sasha does take on d4. Rook takes d4. Okay. What
and
now?
The follow-up is the g4 bishop is
check.
hanging, so he takes on c3.
Oh,
if the queen takes the bishop e2, provoking the pawn card. Oh, not even that. Rook c8? Maybe that's better?
I thought rook c8 because there's the prospect of the rook getting to c1, which white cannot abide by. And if queen d2, well, now I could take on e2 and g5 and knight e4, and ooh, this gets really ugly. That king stuck in the center. This is white's worst nightmare. This is the scenario that you want to avoid at all costs. So maybe taking with a pawn is, believe it or not, you know, a much more prudent option, because white guarantees that he will be able to castle. And he does.
And so he does it, yes. You can still take on e2 with the king, but he prefers the queen.
Bingo. Yeah. Why wouldn't he take with the king? Come on, Dmitry.
The Bonklet always and forever has to live on.
All right. Hey, he might still move his king out of the gates. Don't speak too soon. Rook c8. Okay.
And now he needs to react to the c3 pawn being attacked. What will he do about it?
What will he do about that move? Well, he might do nothing. He might still castle and give the pawn up on c3 and say, hey, I'm going to win the pawn on d5. But that is essentially, I mean, white is not going to have winning chances there. That's going to be a draw at best.
Yeah.
I think this game is going to end in a draw. because
Better
there's
for
a high
us.
probability. Yeah, better for us. More blitz, potentially more bullet. And Dimitri says, not so fast. I'm not giving that pawn away just yet.
Queen b2 guards the c3 pawn and also puts pressure on the b7 pawn. It's not something that you would want to trade right now with the king in the middle of the board, but in a few moves after castling, it will be a threat, and also doubling rooks on the d file after castling, of course.
Mm-hmm. Rook fd1, c4. Very, very interesting. I guess I spoke a little bit too soon in claiming that this is already like game over. In fact, either side, I could see either side taking over the initiative. White could potentially double on the d file, and then there's c4 threats. Black, if you can get pressure going in the c3 pawn ASAP, and maybe that's Grishuk's way of playing for a win. We'll see. b6, defending the pawn.
So even though it wasn't hanging immediately, but he's preparing for when white castles, and now he can do something other than worrying about the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Queen up to d6. Queen up to d6. Okay. So the point is to unpin the knight, potentially prepare knight e4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rook fd1, stopping knight e4, because of course there will be rook takes e4, and the queen moves away from the pin. And it's important to point out that anytime white takes on f6, black recaptures with the queen. That is why Grishuk put his rook on c8, because after rook takes d5, black takes on c3. And in an endgame like this, it's black will have absolutely no problems.
So what can Dimitri do to maintain as many pieces on the board as possible and not trade those pawns? Or maybe he doesn't want to?
He waited for you to say that. And now, okay, but he doesn't take on e5. I think he's still entertaining the prospect of maybe playing for a win here, but it's the principle of mutual weaknesses, right? As long as it's mutually assured destruction is probably a better way to put it. But how does Sasha actually defend the pawn on d5? Does he go rook fd8 here? I guess he does. Yes,
yeah, he plays it natural move to strengthen the central pawn. It still is about trading the d5 pawn for the c3 pawn.
Yep. And my guess is that Dimitri will probably play a move like h4, create some luft. Okay, no, he piles up on the d pawn even further, tripling on the d file. He's got Alekhine's gun going.
Yeah, and that means that this pin is getting annoying. He would be threatening c4 or e4 to win the pawn.
It actually is a threat. Oh, c4 is the threat. Now, wait a second, says Dimitri. Not so fast. Let's not sign the peace accords yet.
And Grishuk is slightly concerned. It feels like he missed this line where the tripled pieces of white are putting a lot of pressure on the pawn with the pin. So the key is not to take it, but to push c4 first.
Very smart move, rook d7. If white plays c4, then black can actually play d takes c4. And the point is that white no longer takes the rook with check. That's critical. And if white plays e4, then same thing on the other side. d4 attacks the rook on d3. I still draw.
And still tie breaks?
Still tie breaks. I mean, I just don't see a way that either side can escape the inevitability of the fact that anytime white takes on d5, black captures and recaptures on c3.
So in case of a draw, we're going to see our third match going into a tiebreaker. First, a blitz game. And if the blitz game is drawn, also a bullet game. The more chance, the better.
I would love... I mean, Grishuk playing bullet is just so fun to watch. Dimitri is, I think, unquestionably the better bullet player. But
Sasha is thug life, so you never know what's going to happen.
Sasha is indeed hashtag thug life. And G3 is the players are kind of playing a cat and mouse game. Both of them are saying, all right, mutually assured destruction on d5 and c3. So we're just going to improve our kingside position, finish the architectural arrangements with h5 and g6, and white's going to go g3 and h4. And, who flinches first is the question.
A very important question. I think we are heading toward the result that you said, but not just yet. There's still pressure, and there's still problems to solve. Now, from Grishuk's perspective, of course, this d5 pawn still is a pawn that you have to continuously worry about. You cannot just move your rook away from the c5, for instance, because then white finally can take on d5.
Yeah, this is not. It's not so easy to find a move. It somehow seems like white's more comfortable, even though, again, the eval bar just gives zeros, but there's more life to the position than that.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting position here. This is our third quarterfinal with Alexander Grishuk facing Dmitry Andreikin in a critical game here. If this game is drawn, they move on to a 3+2 tiebreaker.
It felt like Grishuk's expression. It was a reaction to what you said about the 3+2, that he's not really looking forward to it, but hopefully he doesn't hear us.
Yeah, you never know, though. He's displayed some suspicious behavior a little bit earlier, so you never know.
He's shaking his head slightly.
Okay, he needs to make a move eventually. Like, he's got 2.5 minutes, There's increment, yes, but you can't get this position with 5 seconds left.
And h4 is a very smart move. It gains more space on the king side. It also makes sure that black is a little more restricted. It's not that black is in danger, but it is the type of move that can slowly but surely make progress in white's position, even if it still, of course, is an equal position, but just to put more pressure on your opponent and maintain the pressure on the d5 pawn too.
Indeed. And the rook moves up to c5. Grishuk continuing to reposition his rooks, trying to optimize the setup of his heavy pieces. Okay. What now? Says Grishuk to his opponent. How are you going to continue improving? And maybe he's not.
Yeah, this is the moment of truth, because h4 is a move that I praise, but I don't know if there's any follow-up to it. It doesn't seem like there is any way white or black can make progress.
Right. Yeah, and eventually what might happen is, Andreikin could potentially just say, all right, if he wants to make a draw, he can do that essentially by taking on d5. That would be an implicit draw offer, and there it is.
And so he does on cue.
Okay, now which piece should black take on c3 with? I guess the queen? Wait, rook d8 check. h7.
Yeah, luckily for black, the white queen is not on d3, then rook d8 would be winning the queen.
Great point. There's actually a critical line, though, which is that after rook d8, and I think this is what Dmitry is calculating, after the queen trade, white has the move rook d7. This is a fork, and black has rook a3, which is the saving idea. But this endgame, at first I thought black is totally fine. I mean, maybe even more than fine. But I'm starting to doubt my own conclusions. Maybe white's pawns are not as slow as they appear.
Oh.
Yeah.
And even though the black king is closer to white's pawns, the white pawns are more advanced in that line that you showed.
It's on the board. An implicit draw for rook takes d5 was not. Dmitry Andreikin is still playing for a win here. Maybe sensing that Grishuk just feels a little bit uncomfortable here. We are going to get a scintillating rook endgame to top off this high-level game between these two incredibly strong players. Rook takes a2. Rook b7. Rook b7.
Yeah, he was even thinking about taking the pawn on a2. I wonder if he was considering king g6 first, but then he ends up taking the pawn, and rook b7 freezes black's queen side.
Yeah, Grishuk says, I'm going to play b5 and a5. You are doing no such thing, young man. But can white set his own pawns in motion? The one advantage for black here, right, is that black's king is a lot closer to white's pawns than vice versa. But Dmitry's rook is more than capable of handling these pawns on its own. I still think it's a draw.
It seems like black can still hold it, but Andreikin is trying to make it as problematic for Grishuk and as difficult to win that draw. He's making him work for it. He doesn't just offer a draw.
It's one of the most impressive things about Dmitry. He's not just, when you hear the term solid player, I think a lot of people just sort of equate that with somebody who makes a ton of draws. That's not who Dmitry Andreikin is. Yes, he makes a lot of draws, but that's not a product of the fact that he's, playing for a draw from the start. He squeezes every ounce of life out of each position. And
Very
Grishuk is
true.
down to 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, and it's only a 2-second increment, so time pressure does matter.
Indeed. The king slides over to e3. And potentially he's preparing f4. But maybe the king can sit on f4 also.
Yeah, good question whether he will push or place the king on f4. I would predict king. Taking his time. 2.5 minutes for Dmitry, a minute only for Sasha Grishuk.
Indeed. Indeed. And he's deciding now between king f4 and maybe f4. And he does end up playing king f4. Okay. That is a very sensible move indeed.
Yeah, and it seems to be the more flexible approach. He can try to make progress this way, and if he doesn't achieve anything, he can always go back and then push.
Right. Right, exactly. You're not, again, Black's pawns aren't really going anywhere. And you could play b5, but if you play b5 and a6, then you give up the b6 square, and White's rook could push the Black king even further down the eval bar.
Oh,
Hated that move, and f3, and is Black in some sort of Zugzwang? G4? No.
it
Rook
could be rook c6 first or g4.
Yeah,
Maybe rook c6 was more, rook
apparently-
c7 was more precise.
But now the problem is that White threatens g5 check, and Black is forced to play g5 and give up a pawn, and rook c7. How is Dmitry doing this? He's just manufacturing winning chances, but can Sasha still hold this?
That's a big question. It feels like he is trying his best, but I'm not sure that he's very confident about holding this.
Agreed. And he's got 36 seconds, and Dmitry swinging his rook down to the 6th rank. Rook d6 check is on deck. You obviously cannot take on g5. That loses the rook. 20 seconds. Incredible. How is Dmitry doing this? And I think he will win this game. Rook d6
You think
check.
so?
Yeah. G6. Although it's Grishuk. We've seen him pull off all sorts of crazy stuff.
You have
Oh,
the
G6?
g6.
King h6.
Oh, to stop White from going to g5 with the king.
Yes, exactly. And to meet king f5 with rook f1 check. Is Grishuk holding this by the skin of his teeth? And king h6, I think, is
Let's
a critical
see.
move.
Will he play
Big
it with 17
moment.
seconds on the clock?
He's thinking the wheels are turning. 10 seconds. He's got to move.
Ooh,
he
didn't
misses
play
it. He missed
He
it.
didn't.
He missed it. And now king f5 or e5 is just winning for White. Oh, my lands. Oh,
That
my
is
lands.
crazy. And now the moment
Oh.
of truth that Black can no longer find a defense.
No, this is just too passive. You know, Grishuk is going to start pushing his pawns, but it's going to be way too late. I mean, White's pawn is already almost on e6. Now, you don't want to play e6 here. You want to go king g5, then rook f6, and then I think you want to go e6. That's how you want to set it up. Not entirely sure, though.
Oof, this is a sad, very sad endgame for Alexander Grishuk. That started out as an equal rook endgame, but Dmitry Andreikin kept putting pressure on Sasha and eventually got into this now already winning rook endgame. And there's
Rook
the plan.
d5. Beautiful, beautiful technique by Dmitry. And here
E6,
comes
rook
e6.
d7.
It's coming. Rook d7 check, and then rook d8 check, and then e7. And he's going to promote his pawns, and he's going to win the game. Rook d8 check is simple. Or e7 immediately. And look at the time management. 1 minute on the clock at the end of the game for Dima. And it's over. Rook d8 check.
It is incredible how he managed to win an endgame that seemed like there was no life. If we just go back for a second to how the rook endgame started, or actually slightly before the rook endgame perhaps, because we were saying that the moment he trades the c3 pawn for the d5 pawn, it pretty much is a draw offer in most of the positions.
And, you know, the interesting thing, Anna, is that rook takes c3, I think, would have yielded essentially an immediate draw. I think Grishuk, much like, you know, I did at first, underestimated the difficulty of defending a position like this, because Sasha was saying, okay, I've got these connected passers and White's king is nowhere near them. But Andrejkin seeing one step ahead, rook b7, freezing the pawns, getting his king into the action. And all of a sudden, Black is starting to get really passive and he's tied down to the pawns. And somehow, through magic, through wizardry, Dmitry Andrejkin wins the game. He is the only one to win a rapid game thus far. And we have one more quarterfinal remaining. And what a quarterfinal it is, Anna.
It is going to be an incredible battle between Wesley So and Andrei Yesipenko to figure out which one of them will earn the right to challenge Dmitry Andrejkin after this marvelous performance of knocking Sasha Grishuk out in a position that felt like was heading toward a tiebreaker. We didn't really believe that that rapid game was going to have a decisive result. And here we are. Dmitry Andrejkin did it again with the slightest of advantage in the endgame. He managed to increase the pressure and put so much pressure on his opponent that Sasha Grishuk eventually failed to defend.
What a game it was. And Wesley, he has won so many games in a similar style. He squeezes out positions that appear lifeless, and Andrei Yesipenko will have to step it up. First and foremost, we pray for Wesley's internet, although it's less likely to impact his game. In a 10-minute game, he will have the white pieces, and he is a fearsome, fearsome opponent with
I
either
wonder where
color.
he is playing from, because that's not his usual backdrop. That's not his office at home.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I agree. Does seem like maybe a hotel couch of some sort.
Is he playing any tournaments soon over the board?
It's a great question. I don't know. I mean, if he
If
wins
any
the
of our
RCC, we
viewers
could ask
know.
him.
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully he wins so that we can talk to him. But other
Right.
than that, we hope that our viewers may know where Wesley might be. We are just guessing that that's not home, unless he moved to a different room for better internet.
Right. That's also possible. That's actually not a bad theory.
The game is about to start. Wesley just takes a quick moment. I think it looks like a hotel room.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting that vibe. I mean, we don't exactly have a lot of evidence.
Yeah,
But
the typical lampshade, the way the
Right.
paper is laid.
There's a certain just like, kind of bland nature to the way hotel furniture is that I think kind of tells you about it. Okay, here we go. Seatbelts fastened. This is our last and final quarter final. Wesley So with the white pieces, Andrei Yesipenko, black and an Italian. And Wesley, of course, is one of the leading experts these days on all things Juco piano.
So he sticks to it, of course, true to his nature. And after h3, we shall see what Yesipenko has prepared. Both of them are playing basically immediately, not using any time to think. It's a 2-second increment. So if you see the time of Yesipenko still sitting on 10 minutes, is because he only has used a 2-second increment per move.
Right. And rookie one. And there are just so many move orders in these types of positions. I never fully understand the significance of black like going a6 or a5, and when does black go bishop e6? But bishop b5, this idea I think has been very, very common. I think we saw something very similar in the candidates, but I don't remember which game exactly. Just a common occurrence.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's just so many games and so many rounds to remember. But yes, a very topical line indeed. And let's see if Yesipenko will maintain the speed, or this is the moment where he will actually start spending a bit longer on each move.
Well, I know that a typical idea here is this Rubinstein maneuver, queen b8 and queen a7. That's actually part of the reason that you play a5 in these positions. And the other thing that black has to be very, very careful about, white did have a threat there of playing d4 and d5, and hence Andrei Yesipenko trying to beat Wesley So to the punch, staking his claim in the center with d5 and trading on e4. I like white's position, though. I think white might be a tiny bit better here.
Yeah, I like the pressure. And Yesipenko says, I don't care about the pressure. I'm just going to move my queen out of the d5. Rook can come to d8 next. And bite me if you can.
Right, exactly.
So what can white do to actually bite to put more pressure on Black's position.
I like a4, very committal move by Andre, by the way, because this pawn could become a rather serious liability. White could fix the pawn with a3 if he so desires. But in terms of the overall question, well, it would be great if Wesley could get this knight from f1 into the game, right? Which is why I think Andre is not taking on e3. He doesn't want to let this knight move into d5 or to f5, because that's going to create massive strain on Black's position.
Yeah, it is a staring contest between those two bishops. Yep. You wish your opponent takes, and it's the same for Black. You want the Black knight on c5 instead of the bishop, so you're waiting for your opponent. I feel like a4, as you said, is committal, but it also is making Wesley's life a bit harder, because you have to take a decision here. And if you push a3 as White, you are giving up the b3 square.
Yeah, and you're also potentially allowing b4, expanding on the queen side. Funny comment in the chat from Elf Matthews. These positions make me glad to play one d4. That's totally, yeah.
It is hard. It is very hard. Both the Rui Lopez and the Jacopiano, or the Italian and Spanish as we commonly know them, are very deep openings and such tiny differences, the nuances to which maneuver, which move order.
Black is worse, though. Black is definitely worse now, because the problem that you mentioned, Anna, the pawn is hanging, so a4 might have been the actual mistake by Andre, a little bit over ambitious, biting off more than he can chew on the queen side. And if you play a3, then White plays b4, and we already discussed that trading is squarely in White's favor. But if you drop the bishop back to d6, which I think is likely to happen, the knight can activate itself via g3. This is just an unpleasant position.
It does look very unpleasant that you have to keep worrying about the a3 pawn and also the knight heading toward f5.
Yep.
So what will he do? This is a tough decision to take. He doesn't have too many options, to be fair, with the pawn hanging.
Right. The pawn is hanging. White wants to capture it. Knight b6 would be a decent way to defend it, were it not also for the weakness of the e5 pawn. So the Black is just like overextended here, and he's got too much to worry about. And the clock situation is starting to deteriorate for Mr. Esipenko as well.
It is already a 2-minute time advantage for Wesley. Esipenko pushes a3, as you predicted, Danya.
But not because he wants to, I mean, because he just didn't see anything better to do. And now Wesley could play either b3 or b4, which he just played.
And this is exactly what you were describing as that a3 pawn. It's not something that's gonna drop immediately, but it will be a concern of Black for the rest of the game.
Huge concern. End game, middle game, rook is tied down, queen can attack it, knight can attack it. Knight can drop back to d5, and I don't like Andre's decision to take on e3. I think he kind of lost his patience here. And now, to add insult to injury, this knight is coming to d5, Anna. This is really bad.
Yeah, I think he is in trouble, not just on the clock, but in this middle game for all the factors that you have mentioned, Danya. And I don't know what he wants to do about it. He plays knight a7, but it only seems to make things worse.
Yeah, with every move. And now bishop takes d7 and rook d1 is coming. The situation continues to deteriorate for Andre.
Yeah, bishop d7 seems to be a line that almost immediately wins material. Either the e5 pawn is in trouble or you get the d5 square for the knight.
Yeah. But Wesley, I mean, to part ways with the light squared bishop is certainly not easy. So he might also be tempted to play a move like bishop a4 and maybe swing the bishop back to b3. So, yeah, it's hard to say, but bishop takes d7 does appear to be the most decisive move.
Yeah, it seems to be very concrete. And again, it's either that the e5 pawn has no defense after queen takes d7, or if the bishop takes on d7, after bishop takes d7, knight d5, attacking the queen, threatening c7. It looks like a really dominant position for White.
Yeah, but Wesley taking his time, recognizing that this is a critical moment. Hmm.
And he has the time to invest, so he's using it very wisely in this key moment of the game.
Yeah, taking a little bit longer than perhaps he would in a blitz game. But anytime you have a trade like that, this is incredibly committal. You can't go back. If you give up a bishop, you no longer have control over the light square. So you might be saying, hey, the eval bar, the engine says bishop takes d7. What's taking him so long? But for Wesley, it's a serious commitment to give away the light squared bishop, not something you do lightly.
Exactly. That's why he's taking the time. And then he eventually captures on d7, which we think is a very strong move. Now after knight d5, he continues with c4, threatening c5, which would almost win the queen.
Oh, a rook d1 is coming as well?
Wow.
Now, c5 almost wins the game, but it doesn't because black has queen c6. So it's important for white not to
rook
be hasty.
e8 was important to not step into knight e7.
Oh, that's a great point. I actually did not. Yeah, I totally saw that, of course.
You saw everything, Danya. Why would you say you didn't? Yes. But still, even though there is no immediate Botus gambiting here, this is a huge advantage for Wesley. He just needs to be precise.
He needs to be precise, and precision is his forte, much to Andrei Yesipenko's chagrin. This is absolute devastation here, positionally, tactically, in terms of his piece placement, in terms of black's weak pawns. Unless Andrei Yesipenko pulls a rabbit out of the hat stat, I feel like this is not going to go his way.
And it's just so sad for black that even if you get one extra turn, you probably are still now not out of danger unless you like hang one of white's pieces on purpose. But what I mean is that he's so behind with, for instance, how badly this knight on a7 is. It takes quite a few moves to go somewhere where it would actually make some sense. Like you have to play knight c8, and then you need to go knight e7 or knight b6, but that will step into the fork with c5.
Yeah, and even if you do all of that, right, even if you get the knight to c6, like white is protecting the d4 square with his knight. So this is just losing for black. And it's not losing necessarily because there is a threat on the next move. It's losing because black is totally paralyzed and white's going to play queen c3, and then there actually will be a threat of c5. And then there actually will be a threat of c5.
And that's huge. And black can't really deal with that threat unless you push b6, but even b6 doesn't stop it because you have the other b pawn helping.
No, and let's not forget that a3 is also weak. And all of these thoughts are rolling around Yesipenko's head as he drops now to 4.5 minutes. And with every ticking second, I feel like the likelihood that black saves this position continues to dwindle. Andrei is just asking himself, what the heck happened? It was theory, and then I'm lost.
And he knows it, that eyebrow raise, not being happy about the current position. I think he's, of course, still trying to find something to keep going, to keep surviving in a bad position. But what is it even that he can do? It's hard to even set a trap, a trick.
Exactly, because the pieces are so passive.
Yeah.
Because the pieces are so incredibly passive. And he's down to 3.5 minutes.
That it was more a double-edged position. Even if he was completely lost, but at least he would have some counter chances, even if they are not objectively good. But here, this is just a very passive position for black, where you have literally no threats.
He doesn't see what to do, and he grabs his head with his hands. And I mean, resignation is not. I mean, in an over-the-board game, I would have considered resigning here.
Yeah, but just because it's a knockout, I think he will try. He will fight on.
Play something. The thing is, this is what Wesley does. I mean, I feel like almost more than anybody else at the top, he has this thing where he'll make normal looking moves, and you'll be like, okay, I'm doing fine. Okay, I'm doing fine. And all of a sudden, you look up, and he's all over you. And I think the move b5 here or c5. I mean, this is nah. Queen c3, even, just improving his position. That's in Wesley's style.
And so he plays it immediately.
He needed me to just reaffirm that, in fact, it's okay if he plays this move, and then he immediately played it. The commentator must approve of all of the critical moves.
It's such a tough position for Yesipenko. As you said, it would be the kind of position where you can nearly resign, but he has to keep fighting. It's a knockout format with one game per match. The previous matches, we saw 2 or 3 games because they ended up in a draw. There's only a next game and the next game if there is no decisive result.
Right. And rook 8 to d8 by Andre. But here comes c5. And it's just a buzzsaw. And you know what's amazing about the queen placement on c3? After c5, queen g6, knight takes c7. You might say, wait a second. Black has bishop takes h3, and we're getting counterplay. Yeah. But after knight h4, there's no more counterplay.
Oh, kills the tower.
And the queen on c3. It's aiming at the bishop on h3. Every single piece is positioned perfectly. And this is game over if Wesley plays c5. It's +6.
What a smooth game this has been so far for Wesley. And if he continues with c5, it's just a smooth game overall to qualify to the semis.
Yeah. It's devastation by White.
Do you think, is there any other move? Oh, okay, he answered c5. We were just double checking that it's working.
Yeah, and he's got plenty of time. That's honestly the byproduct of such phenomenal opening plays that you have, when you need to spend those 2 minutes just to double check everything, you got that time and you avoid blunders. And that's it. Bishop takes h3, knight h4. Yesipenko will have to move his rook, but then the b pawn advances forward and the e pawn is lost. Oh, my lands.
Horrible position for Andrei Yesipenko. David Paravyan has survived a similarly bad position.
Worse. Yeah, he's probably looking at this saying, hey, Andre, why are we making a big deal out of this position? It's fine. You should have looked at my position against Maxime. b5, here we go. Seatbelts fastened.
This is just so bad. After b5, isn't it just curtains immediately?
Immediately resigns. Rook d6 is also completely winning, by the way, but every move. Yeah, I think Andre will resign after bishop h3, knight h4. I mean, it was not an exaggeration to say that the position was resignable after knight d5.
Yeah.
And I will rewind. We're going to watch the rest of the game, but I think I know the 2 moments when things, the 2 big mistakes of the game. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what they are.
Yesipenko basically is just accepting the fact that this game has gone completely the opposite way that he was hoping for, and he will have to resign very soon. This is the line that Danya already pointed out, that even bishop h3 was just a momentary threat, and this is official. Wesley So wins and qualifies to the semifinals.
Unbelievable. What a game. What a game we just saw. And this is why we tune in every Sunday. We see masterpieces of which most people would be proud to play in an over-the-board game, much less in a 10-minute game. But this decision to play a4, that was mistake 1, overextending himself. And then after b4, Andre losing his patience, taking on e3, allowing this deadly knight to emerge from its cage. And once that knight landed on d5, it was essentially all over. Wesley So is our 4th semi-finalist on the heels of an incredible positional effort, dispatching Andre Yesipenko. And the semi-finalists are set. It'll be Sevian against Maxime Matlakov and Wesley So facing off against Dmitry Andreikin. And 2 incredible matches coming up after we take a short break. Are you as excited as I am?
I'm very excited, and I was just going to say about the bracket, if we take another quick look at it, that on the left side we had the all tiebreakers. They played Blitz, they played Bullet, and on the right side we have the only 2 players that won in Rapid.
Incredibly smooth, and we will see who can continue their positive streak going. But first, we'll give the players a breather as we set up for the semifinals. You are watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will be back with the semifinals on the other side of this short break.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase Card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, here alongside International Master Anna Rudolf. We are at the semifinal stage of the Sunday knockout, and we can take a quick look at the bracket, the bracket, the knockout and the bracket.
The break and the breakout, the bracket.
The breakout.
Breaking,
that's actually a pretty good word.
Look.
That might enter my regular rotation. We have Sevian and Matlakov and Draken and Wesley. I can't really say, Anna, that any of the results have been particularly surprising, but we had some crazy bullet playoffs already in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned just before the break, the left side of the bracket, those players, Sevian and Matlakov, they had to go through 3 games to qualify. Yeah. That is, in the rapid game, it was a draw, so it had a tiebreaker. And then the tiebreaker blitz game had to have a tiebreaker because it was also a draw. So they really worked very hard on qualifying to the semis, while on the right side of the bracket, we saw smoother matches. And even the one that we thought that Sasha Grishuk could have held, or we thought that he had the chances to make a draw. Well, we were proven wrong. That endgame had quite a lot of poison to it in the end, the rook endgame of Grishuk, and he ended up losing against Andreikin.
Yeah, I mean, some of these players have already jumped through so many hoops just to be there, and one of those players, as you pointed out, is Sevian. He is facing Maxim Matlakov in our first of 2 semifinals. We'd like to remind you that these matches only consist of 1 game. It's 10 plus 2, 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. If the game is drawn, we have a blitz tiebreaker playoff, and then a bullet tiebreaker playoff, and then an Armageddon. Let's hope we get an Armageddon. But Sevian is going to make sure that won't happen for the second time. He's going to try to knock this match out in the very first game. And they're off.
And I thought we already were mid-game and 95 on the board, but that was still from Wesley's game. Sevian is not winning, at least not yet.
Yeah, and a Carlsbad and oh, never mind. In the previous game, Maghsoodloo went bishop f5. So Sam, I can guarantee you, Anna, he looked up that line during the break, which is very much encouraged. And Maxim Matlakov realized that and deviates from bishop f5.
Which is also very smart. They both came to this game prepared. They probably already have had some idea of what was going to be their opening choice. But as you said, it also matters what happened in the previous matches of today. So you have to be so up to date that you're checking your opponents as you are playing the tournament.
Yeah, it's you got to do everything. Every incremental little piece of research, every additional move of preparation greatly increases your chances of winning the game. So now we have a traditional Carlsbad structure. It is named after a tournament, the Carlsbad tournament, which was held, I think, in the early 1900s. And some variations are named not after a person, but after the city in which a tournament that featured the line was held. And the Carlsbad is an example of that. It's not just one line, Anna. It's sort of the structure, right? The pawns on f2, e3, d4, and then the black pawns on b7, c6, and d5, which creates this sort of very, very interesting imbalance.
Yeah, and this imbalance often sees white pushing on the queen side, which normally you would think, hey, that's where black has pawn majority, but this is called a minority attack when you push the fewer pawns against the many pawns in order to weaken black structure. So maybe not exactly in this line, but in other positions we would see a3, b4, and trying to push b5.
Indeed. And black playing g7, g6, that is a move that you often see in the Carlsbad, and you might say, what is black doing? He doesn't have a bishop on g7. Often black tries to put the knight on g7 and follow up by trading light squared bishops with bishop f5.
Yeah, this is exactly the idea, and also helps the h5 knight have a nicer square on h5. The idea was to jump to h5 and trade the dark squared bishops, but it has nowhere to go from h5. So g6, knight g7 is a very healthy maneuver that black often goes for.
Indeed. Okay, Maxime taking his time. Both players over 9 minutes. Time still not a factor. And a6. A very committal choice, weakening the b6 square is Maxime Matlakov, but he doesn't want to allow a6. I think he wants to keep his pawn structure intact.
Yeah, he does, but giving up the b6 square, especially with that knight on a4, seems a bit risky.
Yeah, it does. It does. Okay, so big question. Which way is white going to castle? I would not give it as a given that white castles kingside here, because with the queenside as locked up as it is, Sam might say, hey, wait a second, I can castle queenside and I can put on a full-scale pawn storm with g2, g4, and h4. I mean, those pawns strike really, really quick, don't they?
They do, and I think that's exactly the reason why he is not castling. He's delaying the choice on where to place his king, and he might just go with the aggressive pawn pushes as you suggested.
Mm-hmm. And he's probably also thinking about whether to go knight b6. That is a very tempting move. A lot of people would play it immediately, but you should also realize that the knight often in these positions is better placed on c5, because on c5, it sort of clamps down. On the queen side, it pressures the b7 pawn. So a lot of decisions here to make. There's an immediate decision about where to put the knight, and then a more committal decision about where to castle. And Sam, you can just sense the cogs turning in his brain as he tries to decide which direction to take the game in.
I'm really curious if he'll go with the aggressive choice or the more solid one. A more conservative, solid choice would be if he just castles kingside.
Well, you know what I'm hoping for.
G4.
G4, castle h4. Love sacrificing other people's pieces.
Yeah,
and also castling other people's kings on the least safe side is also very fun.
Yeah.
When I'm playing myself, I might quietly castle kingside and pretend that I never saw queenside castle in the first place. Okay, queen c5.
c5 offers a queen trade, maybe in preparation for g4.
yeah, totally. I was going to point this move out, but I felt like if I said it, I might accidentally speak it into existence.
You thought it, and you thought it into existence, Danya. We blame you fully.
Now, I get Sam's choice. What he's saying is, all right, I'm going to trade queens, and then I'm going to have full control over the queen side, and eventually he's going to start moving his central pawn. So he's really insisting on this queen trade. And Maxime is saying, no, I'm keeping the queens on the board. Interesting.
So what happens after queen to e7? He surely is not repeating moves.
Maybe he'll repeat once and then castle queenside again. I think he might repeat once. He's just trying to test the waters here and see if how intent Maxime is on declining the queen trade.
I see.
Queen d6.
He plays queen d6. Queen c5. Here comes the second repetition.
Whoa.
Okay, 2 times on the board.
Really, Riley? I'm genuinely surprised that if he repeats moves here. But maybe he wants to take this into the blitz, and he does. And that's an implicit draw for.
Third time after queen d8. If Maxime plays queen d8, it's an immediate draw.
Yep, and I think he will. I don't really see a reason for Maxime to do anything crazy here. I get queen c7, I guess, is possible. No, this is there's.
But then queen d6 anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Still queen b6, and taking on c5 is just foolish because there's no way that black is not worse in that endgame. Black is worse. So Sam, I think this has less to do with him disliking his position. You know what it reminds me of? Magnus Carlsen's decision to draw Fabi in the last round of the World Championship, Magnus was better. Nobody was arguing that, but Magnus basically said, I'm a much better blitz player, so I'm willing to sacrifice my good position and take it into a 3-minute game, or take it into a rapid game in the case of the match.
But it's interesting that he trusts his blitz skills so much. So Sam Sevian, we are speaking of, that he wants to play a blitz game instead of the rapid game. He will have the black pieces in the blitz game.
Right. And a draw. And Maxime
official.
Seeing no better option than to take the draw. And here we go, a 3-minute game.
Moment of truth, whether Sam Sevian's decision to steer the game into a tiebreaker of a blitz game, will that be in his favor, or was it a mistake?
You will have the black pieces, which is a serious downside when you're playing somebody such as Maxime Matlakov, who is just an incredibly unpleasant opponent. Incredibly unpleasant opponent with the white pieces. But here we go. Seatbelts fastened, and we are on.
So this is a 3-minute blitz game with the 2-second increment per move. A Catalan is on the board.
DC, okay. Bishop C5, knight BD2. C3, BC. Okay, so this is a very common line that has been around for a very long time. It's a tale of two advantages, right? White's got the ruined pawn structure, but we pointed this out in the previous Catalan game between Parham and Sevian. This Catalan bishop on G2 is a force to be reckoned with in these types of positions.
Definitely something that Black will have to continuously worry about and try to counter it. Now with the white pawn marching all the way to A5, sometimes you would also see A6 to weaken further that diagonal.
Mm-hmm. And Sam probably doesn't mind a draw in this game as well. I mean, he's trying to take this all the way into the bullet.
It's just his plan for the match to try to win the bullet games.
Yeah, just cold-blooded. Just going to take Maxime out on demand twice, and then I'm going to crush him in the bullet. But Maxime has a couple of things to say about that. And right now, look at the clock, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. This might actually still be preparation.
Yeah, but it certainly looks like that.
It looks like it from the time situation, but I'm not overly impressed with what Maxime has on the board. I mean, Sam's position is so solid here. Everything's on a good spot. Even the bishop on E8's just supporting the knight on C6. Everything's fine.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm still somewhat shocked by the decision of making a draw in the rapid game. And now I'm also slightly surprised by the opening choice, but it just feels like Maxime is very comfortable with this choice, and he has faith in it having more than just a draw.
Right. And he goes B6, does Maxime Matlakov's opponent, the one and only Sam Sevian, a trade on B6 and a bullet. Anybody, if you desire for some, would you like some bullet with a side of bullet?
I would love to, but I don't understand if both of them really just want to decide it in a bullet. They think that they are better in a bullet format than blitz or rapid.
Yeah, it's like that final scene of Hunger Games, you know, Peeta and Katniss, like, unfortunately, only one of them can win. So eventually they're going to have to stop being nice to each other, and one of them's going to have to do something.
Yeah. Well, if we see a draw in the bullet too, we're going to have an Armageddon. So there's an end to this. I think it's just, they really want to make it to the next level. Obviously, that would be the finals. So the winner of this match qualifies to the finals, but they are very careful. They know that any slight mistake can cost them the match. You are knocked out, even if it's the slightest of mistakes. So they have been taking it very carefully.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, neither side obviously wanting to take big risks. Once again, I think the psychological pressure is on Sam's side. And, you know, I feel like he's given up the A file here. I wouldn't say that this game is quite yet over. I mean, Maxime loves to squeeze out these types of positions. Give this to Dimitri Andreykin, and he'll win this like 8 times out of 10.
Yeah, he would be like, this is a huge advantage here in his head, at least from what he can make out of it. Definitely.
What's interesting about this position is that you might look at this and say, okay, if the pawns were gone from the board, you could sign the score sheets. Shake hands, it's a draw. But black's pawn is a little bit weaker than white's because black's pawn is easier to attack. And you might say, I don't get that. Isn't the rook on c8 staring at c4? But not only is black's pawn easier to attack, conversely, white's pawn is easier to defend. The knight from f3 can always drop back to d2. So Sam has to be careful. I love his move knight a5, though, trying to force a draw by liquidation.
Yeah, that would force the trade of the pawns that you mentioned, that if those pawns are gone, it's pretty much nothing to play for anymore.
Pretty much. I mean, white could try rook takes a5 and a rook a8 maybe, but no, that's nothing. And I don't know if Maxime has a choice, because now Sam will scoot his bishop onto b4, and then he'll be better. So a draw is imminent.
Because that a pawn could actually become dangerous with bishop b4, a4, a3 incoming as well. Those two bishops supporting the a pass pawn really well.
Yep, exactly right. And rook takes a5, and Maxime acquiescing to the inevitable, and he tries rook a8, but the king can step aside to h7 if he so desires. If he so desires.
And I think it's what's going to happen. Sevian down to a minute. Maxime Matlakov 1 minute and a half, but there's a 2-second increment, so time pressure is not that big of a deal. Rook a4, just simply offering a rook trade.
Yep. And rook c8, and Maxime still trying to keep his foot on the gas pedal here, but with no weaknesses, no targets. I don't see Sam losing this game. Rook d1, preparing to contest white's rook with rook d8 and rook c7, rook d7, and they're going to dance, dance monkey, dance monkey.
We know that repetition already. They somehow seem to be drawn to it.
Yep. No pun intended.
Definitely not.
Drawn to it. That was good.
Thank you. For once in my life, I managed to think of something.
Now,
to you, it's so natural, though. I feel like that's how you speak. It's just like how your brain works.
For better or for worse. Wait a second. E3. Has Sam gotten himself, has he backed himself into a corner just now? Because knight e5 is coming.
Oh.
And if white puts the knight on e5, then the bishop is coming out to c6. Wait a second. This is not over. Knight e5.
Yeah.
Maxime should play knight e5 here.
He will for sure play it. That's the only way forward.
That is literally the only way forward. And then the knight from e5 can also swing backward towards c4 and try to dislodge this bishop from d6. This has suddenly gotten very, very unpleasant for black, and he's got 30 seconds on top of it. This is what people like Maxime Matlakov do. They make you think the game is over, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, just like what happened to Grishuk against Andreykin, it's the same thing. 17 seconds.
The exact same thing, and now with the pair of bishops and the king going to e7, Maxime reacting with a slight eyebrow raise.
Yeah, really, Riley? And bishop c3, bishop b4 is a very interesting maneuver here. The king is not immune from getting like checkmated here. I mean, it doesn't have too many retreat squares.
Yeah, I love that bishop maneuver that you pointed out.
Okay. The engine did not like that move. Let's see why. Bishop b5? I don't know. Somehow Sam is consolidating. The rook is coming back to d8. I think he might be able to hold this after all. Bishop c3 I would still play.
Yeah. So if rook d8, bishop b4, the king can go back to the back rank.
Rook back to c7 goes
Maxime. Now rook d7.
Bishop d7. Ooh.
Oh, that doesn't look that promising if you're tying down your pieces.
And the bishop can swing to d6 and then perhaps back to e5. He goes g4 instead. And now we're in an all-out time scramble with Sam's knight leapfrogging from d5 to e7 to g6 to h4. And the king moves up to g3. And again, the knight leaps around.
It just looks so hard from black's perspective with the bishop having to stay on d7 to block the 7th rank.
God, it's easy to blunder something. Could see why blundering a rook.
To be fair, with that knight hopping around, maybe Sevian has good chances to win.
It's a game. I mean, I think 8 seconds now for Maxime, and Sam is somehow making progress. Okay, bishop a3, and he's going to try again. Oh, bishop a3,
bishop d3 first.
This is getting close.
Offering a rook trade again.
Yeah, b4.
G5.
Rook b8, and the rook is coming around to g8. And Sam is trying to create counterplay, harassing the bishop and preparing knight takes e4. And the king drops back to f2. He can give a check on a2, but instead he goes knight c4, bishop c5. The king is almost in a mating net.
It is very dangerous.
Like bishop
indeed.
f5 is almost mate. And fg, I don't know, knight d2. And he attacks f3. Uh-oh.
Goodness
Maxime has to
me,
be careful. Oh my god, Anna.
Is
Maxime
black
might lose
better
this.
now?
He blundered.
Is black better now?
Oh, what is... Oh, bishop d6.
What? And if rook
What a
d8?
move. He might have... Maxime might have just found the only saving resource.
Goodness
Holy
me.
smokes. And now I think it should still be a draw. But now Sam
He's
is trying.
shaking his head because it was him playing for a win, and then Sam found this knight d2 where the rook of white was hanging, and knight f3 was a threat as well.
Just like they drew it up. And we might still get bullet after all. And
But
Sam,
what a game this has been. They didn't want to draw.
neither of them did. And by the end, it was Sam playing for a win. And why is this winning? Oh,
Can
King
he just
D1.
go through? King
He's going
D1?
around. King D2. Is he in Zugzwang? Bishop E8 and Bishop H5. And he can try to get white in Zugzwang. I don't see it yet. King E3.
And
Bishop
he's
takes. He takes it. Wait, is this winning? Takes, King F2, King. It is winning. Takes in G6. No. Yes.
Yes, no?
I got it. King E2, King G2, and G4. You give up one of your pawns, you fix the other one on G5, and you undo Zugzwang.
Oh my. Will he play it?
He doesn't even need to do it. It's over. Samuel Sevian is going to win this game. This is unbelievable.
From an endgame that Maxime Matlakov was playing for a win, he kept trying and trying and trying in a better endgame until it was too much trying. We could show one more time the critical moment and how this rook ended up being hanging on b8 while also knight d2 was just played.
So the critical moment was here. Bishop c5, rook d2 check. Very, very poor decision by Maxime to go back to e1. You want to avoid being passive in any situation when you're in time pressure, right? That's the worst thing you can do. Knight d2, all of a sudden, threatening the pawn on f3. Maxime thought, let me give a check first, maybe I'll come back to g4. He forgot that the rook on b8 is now hanging. And the critical detail, after rook c8, king b7, if you go bishop g4, there is still knight takes f3. The bishop is suddenly overloaded, and you actually can get checkmated here on b5. So Maxime finding an amazing defensive resource with his last seconds, temporarily giving up the bishop. But it turns out that this endgame, because white's pawns are fixed on a light square, and black has a light squared bishop, Sam deftly, adroitly managing to maneuver his king all the way around. Maybe white could have still held a draw here, but it is clear that this victory was deserved. What a heartbreaker for Maxime. And Samuel Sevian showing to the entire world that yesterday's performance was anything but a fluke.
And he's also proving to us that his decision in the rapid game to repeat moves and go for a draw with the white pieces, it paid off. Maybe it's not exactly how he planned it. He didn't plan to be in a worse endgame where he had to be playing very precisely to hold. But he earned it. He kept defending precisely. He kept fighting, and he eventually got his chance to even win it.
Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. A divine performance, and Sam Sevian is our first finalist. Now, the big question, who is he going to be facing next? Oh, in our second semifinal.
That is the big question, and it's going to be the match between Dmitry Andreikin and Wesley. So we still have a few minutes till the beginning of that game. And Danya, what do you think about going through just a few of the critical moments earlier? Because we showed where it went wrong from Maxime, but we also had seen him nearly winning. He had almost a mating net around the Black King.
Yeah, I mean, what was impressive about Maxime's performance is that he managed to create chances out of a position we thought was already just an absolute and total dead draw. I mean, look at this position. It's totally symmetrical. The only thing that goes in white's favor is that the rook is on c8, it's active, and the bishop on g2 has the prospect of going to c1. But somewhere around this moment, he fixed that bishop on d4. Then he got his knight to e5. He got Sam to give up his bishop, And in this position, he had the chance to go bishop c3 and swing his bishop around to b4. That might have been his single best chance to actually win this game. Once that was missed, he gave Sam Sevian the requisite counterplay he needed. And from this point on, Sam's defense was nothing short of incredible.
It is just crazy to see how that one moment changed the entire course of the game, because after not playing bishop c3, bishop b4, he still had a better position, Matlakov with the white pieces, but it was no longer any concrete line where he could actually increase the pressure. It was a better position, but nothing immediate and no obvious plan. And this knight hopping around by Sam Sevian, that ended up being the hero of the game.
Yeah, just unbelievable. We thought that maybe Maxime would miss a fork with the last seconds he had remaining, but instead it wasn't a fork that brought him down. It was that knight, though, which caused total disarray among White's ranks. And winning the pawn endgame, Sam Sevian is our first finalist. And it'll be Dmitry Andreikin against Wesley So to determine who will join him to try to claim this 21st week of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I think we will be going on a very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. On the other side of this break, the other semifinal awaits. We will be back just a couple of moments with more RCC action.
To play on, and we see Vladislav Kovalev taking his time here. What is he gonna do? Okay, there was queen h5 maybe possible. There's
threat of checkmate on the back rank. Threat of checkmate.
I said it too soon, Anna.
Anna Maya, look at that.
Soon.
Look at that.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have one more semifinal to play as we take one more look at the bracket. The question, who will play Sam Sevian in the final? But first, Anna, the RCC is not the only exciting event that's on the docket.
I know, because you guys, the viewers, you can play against some of these titled players if you already have qualified to chess.com's Global Championship, which is Chess.com's biggest prize fund event ever. It's $1 million at stake, and you can watch the broadcast every Monday and Friday at 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. as well, Pacific. 5 a.m. I think is a bit too early, but you can grab your breakfast and coffee and such for maybe the later stage. Or if you're lucky like me that I live in the middle of time zones in Europe, I can watch both. But whether you are here or not, whichever continent that is, make sure to tune in to Chess.com's Global Championship every Monday and Friday to see who will qualify to the top 64.
Yeah, and we already had a couple of those qualifiers. They've all been fascinating without exception. Wow, we got so much more CGC action, all culminating in a final in Canada, which you will not want to miss. But as you're saying, Anna, who will qualify to the top 64 is the question. And right now, who will qualify to face Sam Sevian in the final of Week 21 RCC? We hope you're enjoying the coverage thus far as the players on camera there. They're getting ready. Wesley is definitely in a hotel room. You can see the curtains on the left. And I think our hypothesis was proven absolutely correct.
Yeah. And I think Yesipenko too is playing from a hotel room, because it was the battle of hotel rooms at some stage, I felt like. So yeah, some of these players are at home. Others are away if they have over the board tournaments or trips. We also have, I think, an exclamation mark Hikaru comment on Twitch, just so that you're aware that Hikaru is traveling this weekend. We are tracking all the grandmasters on a GPS.
Yeah, we always are. We know where they are at any given moment.
On that note, though, the game is about to start, and it is Andreikin who will have the white pieces, having finished second in the Swiss format of yesterday. Am I right, Danya?
You are absolutely correct. And Wesley, with perhaps the most impressive game of the quarterfinals, as the game kicks off, and Dimitri starting the game with his typical 1d4. So Wesley is well rested. He didn't have a long game, and he seems to be in excellent form. A Nimzo Indian, so a pretty combative opening here early on. No Rogozin, no... oh, never mind. They transposed to Rogozin. Why did I say that?
And this brings back the game, the vibes of the game of Sasha Grishuk.
They're repeating it.
Yeah, but that game didn't go well for Black. So I'm curious to see where Wesley will deviate. Of course, it wasn't the opening's fault, but, you know, Andreikin already won today in this line.
Smiling. Dimitri is smiling. I don't think he expected Wesley to do this. And he's like, wait a second. My position wasn't all that amazing out of the opening.
Yeah.
I don't think he looked this up. I mean, he didn't have much time. So clearly he didn't look this up because he's taking his time again. Now, you might recall that against Sasha Grishuk, he did end up playing the natural move Rook D1. But there's no question in my mind that Grishuk had a successful opening. The mistakes came later in the game.
Yeah. And even that moment that ended up being the beginning of the Rook endgame, where Andreikin had a slight advantage, even that Rook endgame didn't have to be the choice had Grishuk taken into account that offering a queen trade wasn't that urgent.
Right. And I don't really see Andreikin, winning this game. If Wesley takes on d4, that equalizes the pawn structure, makes it symmetrical. So if Wesley wants to draw, I mean, taking on d4, dropping the bishop back to e7 seems like a pretty viable, pretty surefire way to do that. I don't know. What catches your eye here?
I think you're right. And I think it means that Andreikin is surprised that Wesley went for the same line, but then he realized that even though he won the game against Grishuk, he had nothing out of the opening. So it's a very, very good choice by Wesley to repeat the exact same opening that was on the board for Andreikin an hour ago today. And that's why Andreikin deviates with bishop e2. But I feel like exactly what you said is true, that it's just going to be a very balanced position. If Black takes on d4, the pawn structure will almost be identical. And then the last problem of Black is the pin. He can deal with that by moving the bishop back, or can he also just move the queen up? Is that okay to play knight d4, e takes d4, and queen d6? Does he have the time?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, unpinning the queen. I mean, you're right. You wouldn't necessarily want to drop the bishop back. That is quite passive. And we're about to find out what Wesley has in mind. Queen b6 could be merits consideration because it does hit the pawn on d4. You could also even take on c3 and go g5. So there's a gazillion different ways of actually eliminating the pin. And if you're Wesley, you want to choose the most active one, the one that, you know, keeps your pieces as energetic as possible. And there we go, g5. 94.
G5
Ooh.
and 94. Since white still hasn't castled, he goes for this aggressive approach.
Very aggressive indeed. Dimitri is probably going to castle. There he goes. And bishop takes c3. B takes c3 creates a damaged pawn structure on the queen side, but no, it doesn't, you know, it's obvious that there is a drawback to the way Wesley is playing, which is that his king is now quite exposed. But I think Wesley's basically saying, all right, all the minor pieces are going to disappear from the board, and the weakness of my king is going to be a totally moot point.
Yeah, that's what he is basically going for. He wants to make sure that the question about the king situation will not be the main one. And if it's an endgame, it wouldn't matter much that he has pushed his g-pawn.
It might even be a good thing because the king would have a faster pathway
True.
to the center of the board.
Yeah, much faster than the white king. But that's where Andreikian will probably try to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, even if it's going to be a bit of a difficulty. Like, first of all, where do you place the queen?
Where do you place the queen? Well,
if you move it, or do you play bishop d3?
Yeah, so
those
bishop
are his two
d3
choices.
But the drawback of bishop d3 is that it does run into rook c8. And I don't think that white really wants to trade. I mean, probably this is okay for white. We might see this. But to answer your question, and I guess queen b2, because queen b3 walks into a fork on d2. You certainly don't want to do that. You also don't want to give up the c3 pawn. So I think that limits your options if you are intent on moving the queen. So I think we're going to see either queen b2 or bishop d3.
Yeah, those two seem to be the most natural choices. I wonder if there's any third option that Andreikian is considering.
Queen b2 is on the board.
Oh, he answered a question before I could finish my sentence.
Yeah.
We like
doing
that.
that
We
quite
don't have
a
to
bit.
think further.
They're quite suspiciously the frequency with which they're doing that.
New subscribers on our channels.
Yep. Okay, queen b2. So big moment here for Wesley. A lot of decisions are going to be made in the next couple of moves. Here, for example, you could go queen b6 and you could try to trade queens. The plus side of that is that the c3 pawn becomes a lot harder to defend with the queens off the board, right? Obviously, because the queen is literally defending c3. So queen b6 is one candidate move. Rook c8 is another. You could play the simple b6 and just say, I don't want to deal with my weak b pawn anymore.
Yeah, that would make sense too. I wonder which one he will choose and also how long he will spend on this decision.
Yeah, Dimitri. Both players generally have excellent time management. They rarely get into like super severe time pressure. I just don't see either of them do that much. My vote is queen b6. But maybe queen b6, queen a3. I don't know. Rook e8.
Oh, interesting. So okay, so if the b7 pawn would be taken, then the c3 pawn is hanging and the e5, knight takes g3 wins the bishop.
Then there's
the
f5.
It's
That's
following
actually
it.
super cool. But I guess there's rook e7 first. Something. I feel like black must have something there. So Dimitri,
It does look like that.
Dimitri thinks the same way. He says, I'm not even going to bother. He plays rook fc1. And it's quite clear to me that he is preparing to eradicate his only weakness by pushing c4. And that would also create the effect of opening up the center and perhaps allow him to exploit, at long last, the drawback of Wesley's move g5 a couple of moves earlier.
Yeah, he certainly is trying to keep the position as complex as possible with as many pieces as possible. But now, okay, no, knight takes g3 doesn't matter as long as the queen is still on b2. So he keeps this tension on the board where the queen is guarding the e2 bishop and the rook from c1 is helping to support the c3 pawn so that he can free the queen.
Yeah, I mean...
But he's not threatening to take on b7 because then knight takes g3.
Now he's not, yeah, because the rook on f1 used to be extraying the bishop. Now it doesn't. But it's kind of a weird position in that there's a lot of choices, and Wesley does go queen b6, so that's a move he could have played previously. He plays it now. And once again, a draw is not unlikely.
Well, that's more chess for us. So we are kind of cheering for the tiebreakers in a way.
More bullet, perhaps.
Yeah,
I love to see the blitz games between these players.
Next one would be 3+2 blitz. 3 minute with 2 second increment. And if that's a draw, then we head over to our bullet segment.
Right.
But it's still too early to claim a draw, I guess, especially from Andrekin's perspective. When we consider the type of positions that sometimes he manages to convert, this is just the beginning.
Yeah, the thing is, both of these players have the same strength. I mean, Wesley does exactly the same thing. He gets these equal end games, and then he just destroys people in them.
Yeah,
so,
I was just wondering how comfortable he feels about the position, but he probably is comfortable enough to even perhaps try to get more than equality.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess the big question here is whether white should trade queens. The issue is also that you open up the A file, and now A2 is under fire. So maybe you can... No, you can't go C4. I was thinking maybe takes and bishop B5, but then the rook travels to C8, and you have to calculate this line, which is quite sharp. But this is not unlikely. And he does take on B6. I'm very curious what his follow-up is going to be. I think it's going to be bishop B5.
Let's see. It certainly is a very promising move. One of the more forcing and go forward approaches to how to deal with the threat of knight takes G3.
Right.
Knight takes G3 and knight takes C3 are both a threat.
Precisely. Yes. Yes. Well, bishop B5. I mean, you have to move the bishop because black actually does have a threat, and it's knight takes G3, and you will drop the bishop. But maybe he is eyeing the more, I don't know. Somehow maybe he thinks bishop F1 is more solid.
If he wants to be solid. And maybe in that case, he wants to keep the B5 to attack the B6 pawn with the rook. But it feels hard that you could get that because either the A2 pawn or the C3 pawn will be a problem for white.
Right. Huh. What a interesting endgame. And Dmitry clearly is... I mean, something is bothering him here because he's already taken well over a minute. And it might also be less that he's bothered by something and more that he can't decide between two equally tempting moves. Maybe bishop B5 and bishop F3 is also possible. You could try to trade the bishop for the knight, and you could... Oh, he goes bishop F1.
The more solid approach.
Indeed. All right. We got Hess in the house.
Oh, shout out to Grandmaster Robert Hess. I heard rumors that if Danya gets a lot of compliments, that spawns Robert in the chat. So thank you guys for doing so. The fake compliments to spawn Robert here.
Thank you indeed. And Chad knows exactly what's going on. He just sort of... Robert just has a way of materializing. You know, when my name is mentioned in too many positive contexts, that cannot stand.
He needs to bring everyone back down to earth and re-evaluate their opinions.
Yeah,
shout out to you, Robert, obviously. He said a battle of giants, which is true. It is one of the clashes that we have probably most been looking forward to. And it's not even the finals. It's the semifinals.
Yeah, it's the semifinals. We still have one more incredible match in store. Sam Sevian is waiting. He is lying in wait. The winner of yesterday's Saturday Swiss, he will be playing the winner of this match, which is currently going on between Andrekin and So here at week 21 of the Rapid Chess Championship. Rook E to C8. Wesley's choice after a long think, and both players under 5 minutes, and the pawn on C3 is hanging, and C4 is a very likely move. I mean, you do not want to give that pawn away, right?
Certainly not. So C4 was pretty much forced. And after a trade, how do you take back? Do you take back with the rook or the bishop?
I suppose... I don't know. Somehow my instinct is to take back with the bishop, but that will forever remain behind the scenes because Wesley says, hey, I'm not trading unless it's on my terms. I want my bishop to sit on D5. If anybody is pushing here for a small edge, it's definitely Wesley. It's definitely Wesley.
Yeah, it certainly shows that he leaves the board. That's not what I wanted to say, but I'm surprised that he's gone. Where is Wesley? Can someone tell him it's his turn? It's not his turn. Okay, you're right, Wesley. You can take a break. I would have said perhaps his cat was calling, but we already established that we have a theory that he's not at home. Our theory is that that's a hotel room. So if our theory is correct, then the cat wouldn't be accompanying him, I think.
No question about it that this is a hotel room. For all intents and purposes, I think our hypothesis has been proven right. Bathroom, maybe. Okay, he's back, and bishop c7 is on the board, and Dmitry Andreikin counterattacking the a2 pawn. So here's an important thing. After rook takes a2, I think Dmitry has in mind the intermediate move f2, f3, chasing the knight, and then recapturing on b6. And I think a draw is very, very, very likely here.
Likely, and that likelihood would lead to another tiebreaker, which we of course celebrate, that there would be another clash between these two giants. But it's still not over. I feel like there could still be a slight mistake on one end that will lead to a bit of a chance, and that bit of a chance could become a bigger chance.
Right. No, you never know. You can never fall asleep against these guys.
True.
One little misstep, and you will be punished mercilessly. And Andreikin is actually investing quite a bit of time here, because on second thought, after bishop takes b6, there is a tactic here. There's bishop takes f3. And did Sevian tell him this? I mean, again, we have a knight and rook situation, and you get checkmated here if you're not careful. Where did this come from? Hello.
And it's again a knight on d2, like in Sam's position.
And Dmitry playing a clutch move. Bishop d3 is so accurate. I think it's the only way to preserve, really to stay above water.
He does so, and he does it very smoothly. I would have been freaking out that there's a checkmate pattern.
Yeah, and you know, the amazing thing is that white actually could set up some sort of a checkmating pattern. If the bishop drops back to e5, there will be a mate in one threat from white's side, rook c8. So black can't fall asleep either.
Yeah, those two bishops are incredibly strong. The pair of bishops from d3 and e5 cutting all the squares away from the black king. So he would have to create some space for the king by going to f8 or pushing the f pawn.
Right. So bishop e2 in response to rook a3 that was hitting the bishop. And how will Wesley keep his winning chances alive here? Knight drops back to b3, attacking the rook, attacking d4, continuing to ask Dmitry Andreikin unpleasant questions. And his clock continues to dwindle.
Where will that rook go? And who is playing for the win now?
I think it's black. I mean, I feel like black's pieces are more... Let's not forget that black is up a pawn and rook d1 by Dmitry.
Oh yeah, just that pawn up doesn't seem to be that big of a deal because they are doubled.
I suppose the pawn on b6 is kind of a sitting duck. I mean, it will be captured by white's bishop at some point, provided that black doesn't keep attacking white's pieces.
Shout out to Robert for pointing out that tactical pattern, the minor piece sacrifice from earlier. It's a pity that we are on a delay, so we cannot actually see it in real time, but we can credit Robert in hindsight to prove that Danya didn't steal his idea this time.
Yeah, no, the delay is actually instituted precisely for that reason. Because I was stealing so many of his ideas that the authorities up in the sky decided that enough was enough, and that was to be my punishment.
It seems to be your punishment, and this endgame is maybe the punishment of Dmitry. It's the engine still shows that it's equal, but
I don't like bishop c5 though, because now what's going to happen is a situation where black's bishop is going to sit on c6 and Andreikin offering a draw. I would not take this if I'm Wesley. I'm playing bishop c6, and I'm saying, hey, I'm going to spend the next 20 moves hunting for your c5 pawn. I think Dmitry might not fully appreciate that this is actually a very unpleasant endgame.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by the draw offer because I would have thought that he senses that he's the one on the defensive side, and it's kind of an unwritten rule that you don't offer a draw when you are in a, even if it's just tiny bit worse.
It's possible that he just sort of underestimated. Now I think he realizes it because he's taking a very significant chunk of his time. He's down a full minute on the clock. That's a big amount in an endgame like this. Wesley has several ideas. Rook b2, rook c2. The Black King, remember, long time ago I mentioned that g5 could actually be a good move in an endgame. Well, we are in that endgame where Black's King now has an accelerated path. It's got TSA pre-check and it's going to e5 in a hurry.
What can I do about this? I see that king on e5 already.
1 minute, and Dmitry Andreikin trying to find the best defensive setup, and he goes rook c1. And his top priority is to ensure that the c5 pawn stays alive. And I think Wesley is going to start bringing his king into the game after rook b2.
They're just moments away from the king march.
Here it goes, king g7. Wesley has won a lot of these games throughout his career.
Yeah, and so did Dmitry, and therefore he knows very well how difficult it is to hold.
At this point, he knows exactly what awaits him in king e1, and the eval bar starting to creep down in Black's favor, and the king making its way toward the center. Look out below.
Big problems.
Big problems. 30 seconds also.
And no counterplay.
And the king making its way to e5 and then to d4. And if you lose the c5 pawn, I think you lose the game.
It does seem to be where the game is heading toward now. Wesley making sure that after king e5, rook a3, I'm guessing he's calculating rook e3 and rook e7, the white rook activating, but the c5 pawn will drop regardless.
Yeah, but white has to try to go for counterplay, and Wesley taking a pretty significant think there. And he goes up to e5 with his king. Rook e3 check, king d4, rook e7, maybe. Trying to create active counterplay. I don't know what else White would do. Bishop d5 now?
Jeez,
yeah, bishop d5 and king d4. I think Black's winning. And king d4 goes Wesley. Back to d5. Not sure about that.
Rook c3 offering a repetition of moves, which obviously Wesley is not interested in.
Yeah, right, Dmitry. But what is Wesley going to do? Bishop d5 in that position, I think, would have been a lot more convincing than what he's doing now. I don't know where he's going with this. Bishop b5, maybe? Maybe just pushing the kingside pawns with something like f5 and h5 and f4?
He definitely can expand further on the king side.
I would go king e5 and then go back to the plan with bishop d5. That's what I would do. I would go king e5 right now because White has nothing better to do than to just wait. And even that's hard.
Yeah, it's almost Zugzwang. White doesn't have many moves.
But Wesley going for the aggressive approach. He goes f5. And can he go f4 right now and try to win the game straight away? I don't know. Uh-oh. Goodbye.
B4.
Goodbye, pawn on h4.
Does this give White a moment to try to activate his pieces, or is it still just as doomed?
The problem is that the rook is so tied down to that c3 pawn. You cannot afford to lose the second round. I think Wesley's going to go f4 here and just lock White's king in completely.
And so he does it on cue. This is an incredibly bad position for Dmitry Andreikin, who was hoping for a draw earlier when he made, but he went for the trade on c5 and offered a draw, but Wesley was clearly not interested, and
this
for a reason.
Essentially resignable. And from the moment that Wesley declined the draw to the win, and bishop b5 here ends the game immediately, it took him something like 7 moves before the position was lost. This has been exquisite technique, every move. And to do this to Dmitry Andreikin, somebody who has done this, Anna, as you pointed out so many times himself, he is not used to being on the losing end of a game like this.
No,
if you would have seen this, you would have said, hey, I won a game like this. I don't lose games like this. And h5 to lock the king in completely, or not even necessary. Rook d5.
Yeah, it's a shock to Dmitry Andreikin, who still can't really believe that from an equal position, it went so downhill for him in the end game.
Every piece is playing a role. King b2 and b3. This is resignable for Dima. He is not going to last much longer here. b3 and rook a6 or rook c6. Yeah, just rook a6 or king a1. Okay, I'm not sure why he's playing. It's over. Just rook b6. There it is.
And it's on the board. Wesley
There.
So about to win and qualify to the finals against Sevian.
And so he does. And Wesley So has demonstrated impeccable form here, repeating the opening in which Dima vanquished Alexander Grishuk and repeating it very smartly, equalizing out of the opening. A position that would seem to be an inevitable draw as the pieces were getting traded, but some unbelievable endgame wizardry, much like Sam Sevian, his opponent in the finals, gets Wesley and punches his ticket through to the finals. What a finals it's going to be, Anna. Sevian against Wesley. So could we ask for anything better?
No, this has been so impressive. And it's what you mentioned already during the commentary of this very game, that when we felt like it was just equal, but we were saying, yeah, it's equal, but it's Wesley who can try to play on. And he kept that pressure. He kept the tension alive. And eventually his opponent couldn't handle all the problems that Wesley created. So very much deserved qualification to the finals. He takes down Dmitry Andreikin in the very same style that Dmitry Andreikin has been taking down his opponents and has already won a previous Rapid Chess Championship. And now it's Wesley's turn to try.
Indeed it is, and we will see if he can take down Sam Sevian. But first, a short break. So ladies and gentlemen, it's the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. It's the finals that are coming up. You do not want to miss them. And we will be back with the finals in just a couple of short minutes.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase Card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Daniel Naroditsky and Anna Rudolf bringing you coverage. We are at the finals. Wesley So and Sam Sevian will be facing off. And just like the rest of the matches, it is a one-game 10+2 match. And if that game is drawn, there will be a blitz tiebreaker followed by a bullet tiebreaker and an Armageddon. Anna, this is totally unpredictable. Both of these players are in phenomenal form today.
I know it has been incredible to witness how yesterday's winner of the Swiss format, Sam Sevian, has been cruising through all the way to the final. And his opponent, Wesley So, isn't he the only one who didn't need tiebreakers? He won both of his rapid games.
He did indeed. And he didn't just win them, he won them in style. That game against Estepenko, that can be framed on the wall and shown to one's grandkids. Except Wesley has won 1,000 games like that. And Sam Sevian's journey has been a lot more rocky. He came very, very close to getting knocked out by Paravyan Maghsoodloo in the first match game, but he survived. He weathered the storm. He survived a bunch of time scrambles. And here he is facing Wesley So, and he'll have the white pieces. And will Sevian play 1c4 yet again? That's the big question.
What would you predict? Will he go for it or will he switch?
No, I think he might go. Well, I think he might go e4. I wouldn't rule out a Berlin draw. You know, I know that sounds crazy, but I would not rule out a Berlin draw because Sam actually has this strategy of going for the blitz, and I think he might adhere to that strategy here. So we'll see. But I would give it about a 35% chance of being a Berlin draw, followed by a blitz, which is fine. I mean, they want to play a blitz. Oh, never mind. C4. Okay.
I'm happy to see C4.
No, same, of course. I scared you.
You'd be very scared. Exactly, Danya. I was already seeing that draw on the board in my eyes and like, not again. Luckily, in the Rapid Chess Championship, it's not something that would be played often. It's a lot more common in other super tournaments where the matches or the games are not a one-game match. So whoever wins this game is the winner of the tournament. This is the final. And it's a one-game match. That's why there's so much pressure. You cannot make a single mistake. Even if it's the slightest of inaccuracies, your opponent will squeeze it to the end because this is just, I think knockout formats on their own, Danya, are a huge pressure competition format. But the fact that it's a one-game match, it means, you know, there is no way to bounce back.
I love it. One move is all it takes. And so that's why you often see players play a little bit more conservatively in the opening, but you also see players taking a long time, you know, in these early critical moments because you get off on the wrong foot, you're in a bad position. That's it. I mean, like you said, you've got one chance, one shot, however that song goes. Mom Spaghetti.
Will you take it and let it slip?
Wow, there we go. I like it. I like it. I was just testing your knowledge of lyrics. Of course, I knew that.
Of course. If Robert is not here, I'm the one who is supposedly quoting
Rudolf, please stand up.
Philosophy.
Okay, so Wesley, in the meantime, Anna, has taken over a minute. Now, you might ask, well, why is he taking so long? Well, the problem is that Sam has a very simple follow-up. He wants to play bishop c3, right? And he's already going to be threatening knight takes e5. And if the queen moves back to d6, this configuration is actually very vulnerable. White has this very typical maneuver, knight d2 and knight e4, and the queen starts getting caught under this barrage of minor piece attacks. So Wesley sensing the importance of arranging his pieces accurately, and he decides on queen e6.
Which is, in a way, a bit of an awkward square for the queen. It's blocking the c8 bishop, but the bishop can be developed in a more solid way to d7. I don't think there's a way to ever play b6, bishop b7 because of the pin. It's just... an ideal that at some point you would face White's fianchetto, but not in this position.
Yeah, I think it's almost more realistic that the bishop gets there via d7, which you sometimes see in these lines. In the meantime, Wesley plays rook d8. He's eyeing the move e5, e4, and kind of asking Sam a question about where he wants to put his queen. Now, okay, knight d2. So there's that move. There's that move. And knight e4 isn't exactly a huge threat, but this knight can be really a handful in such positions. Rook c1 is also on deck as well, a3, b4. I think White's position is a tad easier to play.
I like it, and it seems that knight d4, at least according to our evaluation bar, was perhaps not the most precise. I don't see what's the drawback of the move. It seems quite natural. But perhaps just the fact that after the knight has jumped to d4, now bishop d7 is even more difficult to play because the pawn is literally hanging on b7.
Right. Yeah, bishop d7, bishop takes b7, and the bishop says, thank you very much for the pawn, I'm coming back. Okay, so knight c4, and the tension starts to build up. The tension continues to build up with the knight jumping out to c4 and putting pressure on e5. And the move c6 could also be considered here. But then white plays e3 maybe and wins the pawn on e5. So that's a problem.
That's a problem. A big problem. So how can Wesley deal with this? F6 to guard the pawn.
Okay. So F6, but that's a very weakening move. I mean, Ben Feingold is cringing somewhere.
Certainly.
Ben Feingold is like, Wesley, have you not read the memo? But the good news for Wesley, I mean, it's not like white's getting the bishop to d5 anytime soon. And also, if Wesley can put his bishop on e6, then he'll really reduce the effect of that move. I still like Sam's position, though, and he's playing fast.
Yeah, he is playing very fast and very confident. I like that he brought his confidence from yesterday's Swiss format that he won, by the way, half a point ahead of the field. So he's here as the top seed, and he doesn't care that Wesley So is, you know, the super grandmaster that everyone knows in the States and outside the States, because he is, you know, one of the top grandmasters in the world. He just doesn't care.
Exactly. He literally does not care, shall we say. Okay, so c6. c6, which is, you know, a move that we had been anticipating for a while, and that reduces the power of the bishop. It also covers the d5 square. So what is Sam going to do? How is he going to continue to expand? Now, the real question here is whether, if and when white plays e3. Like, is that a move that white wants to make? Is white okay with weakening the d3 pawn? What do you think?
It seems really committal, but it's also true that the knight on d4 is a pain in white's position to have. So you either give up the bishop for it, that is to trade the bishop. White doesn't want to do that. He plays bishop a5 instead. Try to provoke, I guess his idea is to try to provoke b6 so that the diagonal would weaken the c6 pawn.
Okay, so now he plays e3 now that the rook has gone from the d file. Yeah, bishop a5 is such a grandmaster move. A lot of people would just say b6, and then my bishop has to move back. Well, that's exactly the point. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Wesley's worse here. I mean, his position's uncomfortable. Knight takes e5 almost works, but the queen can recapture and simultaneously protect the bishop.
Very important detail.
Expanding on the queen side with a4. Is he preparing b4, b5? So confident.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he's basically bringing back that vibe that I had from his video against Greg Shahade. I know it's an ancient video, but it's one of the
exactly
most
the one you're
watched.
Talking about.
It's one of the most viewed YouTube video in the chess category. Sam Sevian, at the age of, what was he, like 12? Crushing Greg Shahade, but also crashing a can of fizzy drink he was having during the game. It's a hilarious video. And he has grown a bit since. He no longer is 12 or 13. The confidence is there, though, and not caring that his opponent is the well-known super grandmaster, or in that case, when he played Greg, he was the stronger player, Greg Shahade, and the coach.
Yeah, I remember that video making the rounds a while ago. It was all the rage at some point, and that's when people were like, Sam Sevian is legit. This guy's going to be something great one day. And here he is playing in the finals of the RCC against Wesley and acquitting himself very handsomely indeed. But how is he going to continue expanding? That last move, bishop f8, I love that move because you're discouraging white from going b4. b4 is actually possible, but Sam would have to calculate the ramifications of b6. I mean, there's a piece sacrifice here. I don't know what's going on, and probably neither does Wesley, but he's tossing the ball back into Sam's court here.
And Sam has to make all that calculation in his head, whether b4 is worth it, whether it's a good move or not, or if it's not b4, what else can he do to make further progress?
Yeah, the thing is, you've played a4, so you'd love, if you could play b2, b5, white would actually be much better. Instead, he breaks through with a d4. Uh-oh, and the pawn is aiming to go to d5, and remember that move f6 Wesley played a while ago? Well, this is where he might start regretting it.
Yeah, the weakened diagonal, and there wasn't an immediate way of taking advantage of it, but d5 is a huge threat, and it would win the queen if the bishop ends on d5.
Sam is just playing amazing. Sam is playing amazing. And every move is better than the last. And normally, this move would be met with e4. I think it's likely that Wesley plays e4 and tries to keep the center closed. But if that happens, the move that I think Wesley might be worried about is knight c4 back to d2, attacking the pawn on e4. And so Wesley, discouraged by that line, decides, in fact, to take on d4 and allow the center to get open. Buckle your seatbelts. Here we go. Takes queen f7, I think, is his idea.
It's gotta be to step out of d5 as a tempo, but it's such a difficult position from Black's perspective. All the retreating moves Wesley has to go for in order to step out of the immediate tactics.
And the interesting thing, just if we pull up the analysis board here, if white goes d5, you might say, well, wait a minute. CD bishop takes d5, I win your queen. No, you do not. That's why Wesley played queen f7, to open up the e6 square. He puts a bishop there, and Sam can't just cavalierly stumble into this, because if you give up your light square bishop, white's not better anymore. In fact, white could be worse here. So Sam, this isn't like a two-result game or anything like that. And the other thing, Anna, is that if Wesley gets one tempo, he plays bishop e6 and potentially gets a rook to d8, and Sam's approach of playing d4 could very well backfire if he's not very precise here.
Yeah, it almost feels like he might have missed something. I don't know what that is, because it felt like his moves were very logical. But unless this d5 is working miraculously for white to keep the advantage, it does look like Wesley has been defending really well and holding his ground.
He has indeed, and queen takes d5 is what Sam has come up with, offering the queen trade. And is this something that Wesley is excited to see? It's unclear, because in the event of the queen trade, white takes on d5 with the bishop, with a check, and you're going to have a hard time getting your bishop out, because the b7 pawn is going to cause Black a major, major headache.
Yeah, this diagonal still, as we have pointed out so many times, with the fianchetto bishop, such a powerful piece. And at the same time, it feels like Wesley has found his way out of a tough middle game, and he is just a few moves away from making it official that he's out of trouble.
Indeed. Queen takes d5. Big moment here, Wesley. Wesley deciding on bishop. Oh, wait a second. Now, isn't there bishop takes c4? Oh, but then rook takes c4. So Wesley takes on b7, and he plays rook b8. And the eval bar seems to believe that now it is Black who's better?
Is this going to be one of those games again where Wesley, coming from a middle game where he was defending with the black pieces, now will start playing for a win in the end game?
So you might ask, why is this bad? Well, the reason is that if you drop the bishop back to g2, all of a sudden, Black puts the knight on d4. And why is this a problem? Well, knight e2 is a threat, but that's not the only threat. Knight b3 is a threat as well. Remember that move a4 Sam played?
Yeah.
Who would have known? Who would have known that the weakness of the b3 square starts to haunt white, and all of a sudden here white might lose material. Oh, my lands.
I know. Wesley has stood up, but his timing has been incredible. Whether it's a bathroom or snag break, his timing is impeccable, because his opponent hasn't even made a move and he's already back.
God, both of these players are in such amazing form today. You can see it's just like it's like a battle of titans, both of them finding so many cool, amazing ideas, calculating well, but it might just be that one of them, and it increasingly looks like that someone might be Wesley, just comes up with one slightly better idea than his opponent. Let's see what Sam comes up with here. It's a bit of a crisis, that knight coming to d4, wreaking havoc on white's pieces.
Really difficult situation for Sam, and I'm impressed how the evaluation bar just around equal, not a big deal. In practice, though, this position, it has quite a lot to it and quite many ways in which white can go wrong.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of choices here, which is not a good thing. That forces you to think. And as we're speaking, Sam's clock continues to dwindle. Down it goes. Bishop a6 is his choice. Knight d4 by Wesley follows immediately. And what is the follow-up going to be? Knight b3 and knight e2 are both annoying, and knight e3. And Sam has found a way to get out of it. What if knight b3? Then maybe bishop c7.
What a game.
Wow. He's found another resource. I think Wesley should take on b2. Incredible.
And if he takes on b2, what is it that Sevian... Wait, if he takes on b2, there's no bishop c3 because of knight e2.
Yeah, this actually is very likely to happen. Take. And black has the two bishops. Black is better. But I think a draw is not out of the equation here because white is still very, very solid. I think Sam has found literally the only set of moves to stay alive. Okay. Let's see what Wesley comes up with here. Rook takes b2 is not forced. He's probably calculating knight b3, but I just don't see anything satisfactory after bishop c7. What is happening? 3 minutes for Wesley.
3 minutes only, and he takes on b2.
And I think bishop c3 is very, very likely to clarify the position a little bit, make it easier to play. Wesley doing his taxes at the same time.
Well, he's very good at multitasking, clearly, because he's converting these slightly better, if better at all, endgames.
Shall we say he's good at multi-taxing? 92 check. We have that position on the board. I'm just going to choose to ignore it. Whoa. Now, I wasn't really expecting him to give up the dark square bishop, but I also get it because he wants this light squared bishop maybe to move back to c4 or to b5. So it's entirely feasible what he's done.
So pair of bishops for black, but it's not the type of position, at least not at the moment, where those bishops would shine.
This is the kind of endgame. I mean, totally different position, but this is how Wesley squeezed out the win against Andreykin, right? You think you start to breathe easy. You think, okay, I've stabilized the position, and then in the blink of an eye, he's all over you. So Sam has to continue being very, very vigilant and making decisions quickly and accurately. First decision, where does he put his rook?
Yeah, can he go to the 7th rank? Is there anything immediate for black that would avoid that?
I don't think so. I think he very well should consider that. He goes rook c6, and the bishop drops back to f7, threatening. Rook takes e3. And does the king have to step back?
Maybe this is still fine, but I just don't like that now he can't move the knight, because I thought that he was just going to move the rook to the 7th to then play knight c4. Well,
Agreed.
Knight c4 was already suspicious, though, because of the pin. It's hard to activate that knight, but I felt like it's key, and still is a key, to maybe not just leave it on e3. For now, it's in a very defensive role, but I was wondering if there's a chance in which he could force that you need to give up one of your bishops for the knight.
Right. No, that's I mean, if you could force a trade of knight for bishop, if you could get opposite colored bishop, that would be a draw. I think the likeliest outcome of the game is a draw, but Wesley's going to continue pushing. He's more active. If he can win the A pawn, then obviously the landscape of the position changes completely. So Sam has to try to stay active in a repetition of moves here. Sam declining the repetition, but not because I think he wants to win. I think because he thinks there's just a better move here.
Yeah, and what is that better move?
Or maybe rook f c1, I think. I think rather than dropping his rook back to c6.
I thought you meant for Wesley too, because now he's taking his time.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, White's getting really active. White's made a lot more progress than Black in the last couple of moves. He's got his rooks into the game. And less than 2 minutes now for Wesley So. It might be time to think about bailing out and, offering a draw or trading on c8 and going king h7. What a tense
Do you
game.
think he will bail out?
I think he's thinking about how to do that. I wouldn't even be so sure that white is any worse anymore. I mean, I would even go so far as to say that black might have to be the one to be careful here. And I like that decision by Wesley. And I think a draw is very, very, very likely here.
Well, in case of a draw, we are happy too, because that will lead to a
Absolutely.
tiebreaker and more chess. Bishop g6, so offering a trade of bishops now. It's still the fight between a bishop against a knight, no longer the pair of bishops though.
Knight d5, and it's a knight against bishop, mano a mano. And bishop e1, I guess the knight can swing back around toward d3. Okay. Bishop a5. Okay, it's a draw. Bishop comes to b6. There will be a trade. And we're going to have a blitz game. I have no doubt that this game will end in a draw. Although, you're like, have you learned nothing from the course of this RCC?
I know, but maybe this is the closest, although some of the other endgames, it felt like there was no chance to play them for a win, and yet our players keep managed to find chances.
Sam's thinking. Sam is thinking. Now, what could go wrong for white here? What could go wrong for white is a situation in which the knight is moved away from d5 and the black bishop parks itself on b6. If black can tie white down to the f2 pawn, then we could start having a conversation about winning chances. But Wesley is not even entertaining those aspirations, and this is a draw. That's it. Rook b4, and rook takes b6, and a draw offer is impending. And Wesley offers it, and Sam accepts. And we, ladies and gentlemen, have ourselves a blitz game. They could have saved us the trouble by doing a Berlin, but hey, we'll take it.
I think this is a lot more exciting though, because we had seen chances for both sides. It felt like Sam probably missed a chance or two out of the opening. He had some advantage and some pressure. And then Wesley applied that very same pressure in the middle game. It was never huge. So we are not talking about huge missed wins, but having a slightly better position sometimes is all that it takes between grandmasters of this level. The game has been aborted. I think Wesley didn't realize that there is no break. So we're going to wait for him to return to the board to be able to start the game, which is now a blitz game.
There he is.
3 minutes to second increment, Wesley with the white pieces. And whoever wins this game is the winner of today's Rapid Chess Championship.
And a terrifying possibility for Sam to face Wesley in another Italian. We saw what he did to Andrei Yesipenko, what horrific things he inflicted. But Sam Sevian, he's been playing 1e5 essentially his whole life. So he is maybe not as experienced as Wesley, but also a specialist in these types of positions.
And we see this very familiar move order as well on the board.
Okay, bishop back to b3, rook e8. Typical moves thus far. And as people probably know, in the Ruy Lopez and the Italian, the knight very frequently maneuvers to g3, and white tries to assemble his pieces on the king side.
Bishop e6 to counter the light squared bishop of white. Sometimes you would even take back with a pawn on e6 if white chooses to take on e6.
And a big question for black is whether to play d6, d5. That's a very ambitious move. It grabs more control of the center, but obviously it also weakens the e5 square. And I was going to say this move is often premature, but Sam certainly doesn't think so. I think he solved his opening problems. Notice queen takes b7, knight a5, traps the queen.
Ooh.
What a tactical eye by Sam. Bishop back to f8. Good stuff. He's totally neutralized Wesley here. This is equal.
Yeah, and again, if anyone, maybe we will see again black trying to play for a win now that his problems are solved. And this b7 pawn is still untouchable because after queen takes b7, again, that queen would be lost.
Yep, and knight goes around to g3, but without the light squared bishops, white's structure setup is somewhat toothless. Wesley offering a draw, and Sam accepts it, and we have a bullet game.
Whoa!
Oh, my lands! And Wesley just deciding, hey, I didn't get anything out of the opening. I get it. But Sam's strategy has been to do this from the start, and he's succeeding again. Oh, my lands. We are in for something incredible.
I cannot believe it, because we also said how Wesley is an expert of the gioco piano, the opening he has just played again and again. But it's true that Sam managed to play d5 in the right moment, after which there really was no advantage at all. If anything, Black was very comfortable.
Yeah, if anybody was a little bit better, it was Black. Sam's form this tournament has been unbelievable. I mean, the way that he's just neutralized someone like Wesley is incredible. But now it's the bullet game, and Sam is certainly playing for a win now. A London system is on the board. Wesley playing one of the most reputable setups, trading on f4, now trading the other pair of bishops. A draw is not out of the equation here either.
True. That would lead to an Armageddon, the tiebreaker of the tiebreaker of the tiebreaker.
Okay, knight comes around to c6. I like what Wesley's doing. He's up 20 seconds.
So 1 minute bullet, but with a 1 second increment.
Okay, a3, a5. Typical knight e5 by Sam, counteracting in the center. No, but Wesley's better. I mean, this has not gone well for Sam. This is not his style at all.
This is not what he wanted. He wanted the bullet game, but not like this.
b4 maybe? 97 Hess in the chat. Ban the draw that's a reaction to the last game. Now that's a very instructive move. 97, 20 seconds. He's got to move.
G4.
He tries to orchestrate attacking chances, and Wesley striking on the other side of the board. But doesn't White have take stakes, and knight takes c4? Okay, I guess not.
Oh, with the rook hanging in the end because of the pin.
Yeah, but I guess there was something wrong with it. So Sam instead accumulating pawns on the king side, and Wesley grabbing control of the open file. Uh-oh. Knight e8 and f6. The knight on e5 is stranded. It could get trapped.
It could. It very well could.
I would have played knight e8 a while ago, just trying to go f6. And it's not so easy for White to extricate the knight, but Wesley is taking his time. He's down to 25 seconds. Holy smokes. Takes an f5. Uh-oh. Holy smokes.
And look who's playing for a win now.
f6. Sam has gained control of the initiative. What is happening? Queen h6. Oh my god,
Definitely
now Wesley's
not trading
worse.
Queens, bringing the knight to g5 to threaten checkmate.
Oh my lands, and it's a mate threat, and rook g7. I was saying rook b2 would be possible, but instead he withdraws his king to f1, but he gives up a3. Why did he do that?
Oof, he might have missed that.
Queen f6, queen e7. Oh my god, now Wesley's better again.
What a game.
Rejecting the queen trade, but here comes the a pawn, and knight takes c6. What a sacrifice. A last-ditch attempt by Sam to complicate the game.
Oof. F takes rook takes e6, but instead of taking, Wesley plays rook g6, forcing the queen trade.
This is winning for Black. He's winning a bunch of pawns, but it's not easy because Sam is going to reactivate his rook via a4. Uh-oh. Knight b6! Knight b6!
Knight b6 attacks the rook, and the other two pawns are hanging too.
God. And now it's an endgame. And are we going to have another
game?
Wrong way, Wesley. Should have gone to g6. 4 seconds. King g4. Why did he do that? He was in Zugzwang. Oh my god. Oh, why did he take the pawn? Oh my god. Oh, he blundered the knight. He blundered the knight.
Oh my. Wesley smiling. Sevian shaking his head. The same coin, but two very different sides of it. Goodness me, this game. It had it all.
Oh my lands. And Sam Sevian with a deep breath, a sigh of frustration. What an unbelievable run, but it comes to an end. And it was a battle of nerves, and it was pure nerves. There were $5,000 on the line there. And at the end of the day, it was Wesley So.
And all the bragging rights.
Unbelievable. This is one of the most epic finales in RCC history thus far. This will go down in history. And Wesley So dispatching an on-form Sam Sevian to claim the crown in this week 21 of the RCC. Wow, this will take some time for me to settle in, Anna.
I am still just trying to understand what happened in the bullet game, but two very deserving players that made it all the way to the final. Sevian won yesterday's Swiss format. He was the number 1 seed in today's knockout stage. Wesley So showing why he is one of the top grandmasters in the world, taking down Sevian in a bullet game. But I think both of them just showed some incredible chess today, and congratulations to Wesley winning week 21, already 21 weeks of Rapid Chess Championship, and we are not ending.
Simply unbelievable. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have an interview with the winner, the deserving winner, Wesley So. But first, we're going to set him up, so we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we will have for you a winner with the interview, an interview with the winner, followed by some concluding thoughts. So do not go anywhere. Wesley So is coming up on the other side of this break from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And we have here the winner of week 21, Grandmaster Wesley So is in the studio. Wesley, congratulations. First of all, that last game against Sam, crazy. Finally a victory. What were your thoughts about that final bullet game against Sam? How do you keep your composure in those moments?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Sam for playing so well this week. I was actually sparring with him before, and he's a very strong junior player, up and coming. So big well done. Well, the last game, anything could have gone on its own. I was looking at Sam's bullet rating before the match, and obviously, I think he didn't mind going to the bullet at all. But I got a good position of the opening, so I figured I shouldn't lose. But at some point, I was using 20 seconds for one move, which was never a good sign. And I thought I had some advantage, but then he was probably winning at some point, or maybe at least I thought he had knight e4 instead of knight f3, and only white is pushing for win. And in the end, I thought I had a good advantage, but anything happens with the bullet. I had 4 seconds left on my clock, so it was just by chance that in the end he blundered this knight.
Did you think that the bullet was gonna be a good chance when you went into this match? Because you said that you did look up the ratings and that you thought that he would probably be happy going for the bullet. We did think that was Sam's strategy in a way in a previous match too, that he wasn't unhappy with the draw in Rapid and Blitz. But how was it for you when you went into the match? Did you have any feeling about which formats should be your advantage?
Well, to be honest, I just wanted to play it safe in every game. Before, as I said before, I don't usually play well in the Sunday section of the event. Before, I would be too ambitious with white and just get a totally worse position of the opening. And it almost happened in the Blitz game with Sam. So I quickly offered a draw. Unfortunately, he accepted. So I just want to play it safe and keep my chances alive. I think in Bullet, if you're not playing Hikaru, I think the chances are 50-50. Like, you have a decent chance. So as long as you haven't lost a game yet, you can you still have life. You can keep the game going and all that. So I just wanted to play it safe and take my chances if they come. But if not, I'm totally fine with the draw. I think Sam has pretty much the same strategy. At least that's what I felt when looking at his previous games today.
Certainly.
In the semifinals, Wesley, you defeated Dmitry Andreikin with the black pieces. You repeated the opening that Grishuk had played in their quarterfinal matchup. Was that a deliberate choice? And were you surprised at Dimitri's draw offer? Did you take that as a sign that he was trying to fool you into thinking that was actually a drawn endgame when in fact you were already much better?
Yeah, I mean, I considered accepting the draw. I mean, you can offer a draw at any time of the game. It's fine. But he was slightly low on clock, so I just decided to play it. The opening was interesting, actually, because Dimitri usually plays the Catalan in these events, and he's very well prepared. But today he decided to go for this Nimso line against Grishuk. And I reviewed this game just before my game against him, and I thought this line is totally harmless. And black was completely fine. In fact, it took Grishuk several inaccuracies to finally lose. But I thought this line was completely harmless. So I was very, very shocked that Dimitri decided to go for it. He probably assumed that I either avoid this game or I didn't prepare at all, which makes sense. Generally, you don't want to spend too much time preparing for these events. But I really thought he would go for the Catalan. So in my game against him, when he played Bishop E2, he spent almost a minute on the move, so I realized he didn't have anything special prepared, and I was very happy. I mean, I was very happy to make a draw in that game, but he started to get slightly low on the clock and took my chances when they came. Also, you generally don't want to make the match too long against Dimitri.
Is that a bad idea to make the match long against him specifically?
Yeah. I saw his matches against Hikaru in the previous weeks, and
I see.
Yeah, and he's very accurate generally, but today was quite unfortunate for him. But I'm very pleased with my performance this week. Also last week. And I'm in Croatia actually right now. So Grand Chess.
That was going to be the next question.
Danya,
we were debating whether you were in a hotel room.
We just thought it's a hotel room.
Yeah. So I actually saw Shakriar Mamidir earlier in the restaurant. So some players tend to arrive early to get over the jet lag, and I think for the last couple of years, I've been trying to arrive a few days early in the tournament just to get into the mood and also to have some preparation, some chess training beforehand, and seems to be working well, hopefully. But yeah, internet's very good here, much better than at home.
Nice.
Maybe you should stay there for the
You
remaining
should stay.
matches.
Yeah, you should play all of your RCC matches and
That makes sense to play it all in Europe.
Well, Wesley, we will let you recover and rest. Congratulations on an incredible performance today, and thank you so much for joining us for an interview.
Congratulations, Wesley. As you said, you finally won it, and maybe it breaks what you said. You said you don't play well on Sundays. You proved yourself wrong today, gentlemen.
The secret is to take a month and a half break from RCC and then come back stronger.
We hope to see you back after Croatia, and good luck against this guy called Mr. Carlson. I think he's arriving in Croatia soon too.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wesley.
Yeah, probably.
Congratulations, Wesley.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Danya. Thanks for a great show.
A much deserved win for Wesley So, who is our winner of week 21 of the Rapid Chess Championship. And he revealed he is in Croatia, already ready for the Grand Chess Tour's next event.
Indeed, he is. The man keeps himself busy, but right now he will celebrate his very well-deserved win in the Rapid Chess Championship, week 21. And on that note, it's time for our Coinbase Rapid recap. Wesley had so many impressive moments in today's run, and yesterday, of course, but arguably his most impressive moment came against Andrei Yesipenko, a very capable quarterfinal opponent. And Wesley, he had the white pieces, and it all started with the Italian, an opening that he knows backwards and forwards.
Yeah, very good choice by Wesley, but also a very predictable one. Yeah. He went for a setup that he has played many, many times, but the nuances in the gioco piano are very important. The move orders, the maneuvers, which moment comes what. He plays this line with knight d2 here, and after bishop e6 by Yesipenko, he chooses to not engage in any conversation between the two bishops or trade them. He plays bishop b5, very topical move. As well, we mentioned how in the candidates too, this has been one of the openings that was slightly trending. And after knight to d7, knight f1 is one of those very typical knight maneuvers that white begins so that this knight can be activated through the g3 square, and the bishop is heading toward e3.
And Andrei making a very committal decision, d5. We thought that this may have been the first step in the wrong direction. Maybe queen b8, queen a7 is a more suitable maneuver in such a position. But following d5, bishop e3, they trade on e4. And after queen e7, queen e2, both sides have made all of the sort of standard improved moves. And Andrei decides to claim space on the queen side. This was a serious mistake. And the way that Wesley punishes this is so instructive. He slides his queen to c2, attacking the pawn on a4. He induces a3, grabs space with b4. Now another mistake for Andrei and Anna after this trade, which allowed the knight access to this incredible d5 square. Black's situation is already dire, and it didn't take Wesley very long to convert this into the full point.
Yeah, it started only with the weakness of the a pawn, but bishop takes e3, as you mentioned, was perhaps just an additional inaccuracy. And it gets concrete right here, because after knight a7, which was the move of Yesipenko, Wesley simply takes on d7. Now, if you capture on d7 with the queen, the e5 pawn is hanging. And if you take with the bishop, no one is guarding the d5 square anymore. So knight d5 is an incredibly strong move.
And then Wesley follows it up with c4, and it's just totally, look at this position. Rook 81, every piece comes into the game. The black queen is tied down to d6 due to the threat of the fork, and it didn't take long for Wesley on the heels of another very accurate move, queen c3, c5, and now he just starts taking everything. He takes on c7, and one final accurate move, bishop takes h3, a last-ditch attempt by Yesipenko, coolly rebuffed by knight h4, opening up the attack on the h3 bishop. After rook takes d8, Yesipenko resigned the game. Only 27 moves because white is reclaiming the bishop and is going to be up a piece. Wesley wins the quarterfinal, and this was the start of an incredible run toward the final as we look at the bracket one last time. It wasn't easy, but Wesley has finally done it, Anna.
He finally did it. Those were his words too, right when he joined us for the setup of the interview. He missed out on it last week, but luckily for Wesley and luckily for all of us, the internet connection in a hotel room in Croatia seems to be better than his home internet. He needs to upgrade.
He does need to upgrade, needs to find out who that ISP is, but that's a huge win for the Grand Prix standings. Wesley puts himself in ninth place. He earns 10 Grand Prix points for the win today, and we remind you that the top 12 players qualify into the final. So a huge clutch performance for Wesley So as he wins week 21 of the Rapid Chess Championship. And that was your Coinbase Rapid Recap. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our coverage of this weekend of the Rapid Chess Championship. Anna, first and foremost, always a pleasure to commentate with you. This was so much fun.
Likewise, Danya. I apologize for the slight roast, but I had to. When I saw Robert in the chat, I had to.
You are more than forgiven. It's Robert's fault. I will never blame something like that on you. But Anna, really, thank you so much. Thank you to our producer, Matt, for another excellent show. Everybody in the chat who makes the RCC the magical tournament that it is, the tournament that we look forward to every weekend. We will see you next weekend for week 22. But for now, we hope you have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. We'd like to thank you on behalf of GM Daniel Narditsky. I am Anna Rudolf here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We will see you next Saturday. Goodbye.